Shop. I've got nothing much to say other than thank you for being here. Kind of wish there would be some more people here since stormwater is such an important issue with the city of Lynn Haven. But thank you for the ones that did come. And I think the city manager would like to say something before we get started with Mr. Lightfoot.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Chris asked Chris to put together a presentation for our table talk, and we had some residents come out. We're very thrilled to see the progress. We've been working on this plan for several months. And once we hired on an assistant director to help Bobby, and we put together this plan looking at those areas, high priority areas that we could literally, some of the things we could do in-house, or if there was another way that we could make stormwater a priority with some of those areas. Chris and Bobby and the crew have been working very, very diligently to make sure that we are attending and addressing all of those problems as much as possible. The city, let me just say, the city is working very hard on stormwater. Very, very hard on stormwater. We have some money in the budget that what we designated this year and last year. And I think they've done a tremendous job of working with what they have in the budget to make it work. We've recognized that there are some internal things that we could do. The commission allowed us to add some additional staff both last year and the year before last. We have a vac truck that's in place, and Chris is going to talk a little about that. But we have the equipment that is in place. These things that Public Work has not had in the past. And so they are making strides in progress, and we wanted to share that information with you, and hopefully that you will share with others that the city is not sitting on their hands. We are really trying to address all the stormwater issues. So I'm going to turn it over to Chris Lightfoot. He is the Assistant Director of Public Works.
Good morning. Let's see. So as Ms. Vicki said, we just want to kind of give everyone an update on where we are with projects and maintenance. The stormwater department, as everyone knows, takes care of all the stormwater throughout the city, whether it's ditches, culverts, junction boxes, head walls, anything of the stormwater is what this department does. And just to give some numbers of kind of what this department handles, there's 2,057 basins in the city. There's 1,293 head walls. We've got 96 outfalls. We have 234,534 feet of ditches and swales, which is 44.4 miles inside the 10.5 square miles of Lynn Haven. So it's a lot of ditches there, and 276,974 feet of culverts. So there's a lot there. Definitely can't all be hit in a week, but we do what we can. So just going to get started here. We're going to go through some projects and kind of give an update on the master plan projects and other projects we've got going. So first project here is Virginia Avenue, and this ditch is at the intersection. It begins at 12th Street in Virginia and basically collects everything and flows out to the outfall on Tennessee Avenue. Our master plan called for the ditch to be cleaned and widened. It collects areas as far away as 17th Street and discharges under Tennessee Avenue. The original cost opinion was $120,000, and we completed this for $11,456.50. Just a little bit of the before pictures here. This is standing at 12th Street looking down the ditch. This is actually, and I don't have a laser pointer, but on the left picture here is a side stream that comes in basically from Alabama Avenue and flows down towards Virginia. And the next picture here on the right is actually looking back towards 12th Street. If you can kind of see the head wall way up there past that truck. So that all flows down towards Tennessee. This is after. The riprap there on the left is standing at 12th Street where it all collects and goes into. And this ditch is where we widen and clean so it can make its way through there. Some more pictures there. The riprap here, as you can see, we use a lot to basically stabilize the banks when the water, especially, a lot of rain like we had over the weekend, when the rapids get to flowing through the ditches, that keeps that embankment from washing out, stabilizes all that so it can flow without obstructing the ditch and keep it going. Another project here is 15th Street, and this was from Florida Avenue to the railroad ditch over on the west side, just behind Walgreens there. The apartments, as you recall, in Hurricane Sally flooded. I can't remember the name of those apartments, but right there between 15th and 17th Street that go there. So this is a main ditch that collects all of that. So our master plan called for those to be cleaned and wined as well. Our original cost opinion was $20,000, and we completed this for $4,176.25. And a lot of this stuff you'll see, we have contractors that we've hired for excavators because we don't have an excavator. We've used city dump trucks to not pay the hourly contractor rate for the dump truck. So they'll dig the ditches with the equipment, we'll haul it off, or vice versa. A hot topic lately, 11th Street. A lot of flooding resulted on Ohio Avenue and 10th Street and 11th Street over the years because of this area. So our master plan calls for an installation of a new 52-inch RCP line, which is still in the works and still being applied for funding for that. But in the meantime, we were able to inspect that line, and we found a 40 to 60% blockage of pipe. We excavated and removed the blockage, and to date, no further flooding, so knock on wood on that one. But if you can look in the pictures here, that was from where a gap in the pipe over the years about like this, and the roots had just grown in and expanded and causing the water to stage up, which caused the flooding there on 77. And if I get going too fast, somebody just slow me down. Crystal Lane, which is over there in Bel Air Estates behind Walmart. Our master plan there called to clean and inspect the line to find out any problems that we could. So we cleaned the line. We hauled 7 truckloads of dirt out of that line, 7 vac truckloads, and we took our camera, or hired a camera to go in the line, and you can see that's a picture there from what they found. And over the years, that pipe had just either rotted out at the top or something from the hurricane had fell through and knocked a hole in it and was causing the blockage there. So on the picture on the right, you can see the new pipe, kind of hard to see, but we cut that section out in-house and replaced the pipe. Crystal Lane, there's still a lot of work to be done in that area. That's an older area. Got some invert challenges there, which I'll get to something later on to kind of show a step and work in progress for all that. The cost opinion on that was $30,000. With contractors and city staff, we completed that one for just over $4,000. Our railroad ditch, may have seen this going on right now. The railroad ditch, I've broken out into 2 different phases. The first phase begins down at close to the Timbers Crossing subdivision and goes to 17th Street, which passed the little access road there at Winn-Dixie and flows down 17th to the DOT outfall. Section 2 goes from 15th Street all the way up to 10th and Kentucky in that area, or 8th and Kentucky, I'm sorry. So it flows all the way up there and discharges. So our master plan called for cleaning and widening this ditch to allow for more flow and stormwater conveyance. Cost opinion on this was $616,000. I think this is the one we're the happiest with. We have currently spent just over $9,300, and all of the digging is done except the section from Minnesota to the Timbers. That should be completed by the end of the day or by lunch tomorrow. We've got about $3,000 for that bill for that segment, and then we've got about $50 to $75K in work to do, which includes relocating the force main at the head wall there at Winn-Dixie to get it out of the ditch, working with Thomas and Greg and the utilities department on that one. And we will install riprap, like I showed you in the other pictures, at all of the head walls to keep it from washing out and all that. So the riprap is about $1,500 a truckload. One truckload doesn't go very far, which is why the price is so escalated there, but that will be done once all of the digging is complete. Here's some before pictures of the railroad ditch. On the left there, that is between 17th and 77, a little drone shot, and you can kind of see where the water does make its way kind of through here, but it's kind of restricted. And then on the right here, that is looking from Minnesota Avenue back towards 77 on the north side of the road. The head wall there at the Winn-Dixie parking lot, and the force main is actually under all of that vegetation there. So if you were to dig it all out, highly likely it would blow apart. You can kind of see it on the right there where it's going through and where the ditch was open before.
Chris, can I interrupt you for a
Yes,
second?
sir.
When you're completed with this project, and I just want to make sure that I understand this, We estimated 616. You're gonna get it done for about 84.
Yes, sir.
So you're gonna save the city about $530,000 on this project.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Nice. All right, thank you.
So the picture there on the left is after we dug the head wall out. Like I said, we will actually go a little further once the force main is moved. And the picture on the right there is the one back on Minnesota Avenue looking at 77. So you can tell the difference in the flow there. And a good indicator of how well that ditch is working, we did not get a single phone call this weekend from the rain from the Pine Forest Estates or any of those areas that flow to that ditch. So here's kind of some before and after pictures. The picture there on the left is if you're standing on 77 right there by El Jalisco. The left side there, that's the south side of the ditch facing back towards Minnesota Avenue before and after. And then here on the right is the north side of the road, same area, just facing back towards Minnesota before and after. One project that we have going, the commission approved the Vermont Avenue drainage improvements back in January. Notice to proceed was signed March 1st, and material is actually delivered today. As busy as everyone is in the precast market, it has been hard to get our materials delivered, but they are finally being delivered today. And the stakeout was done last week. We'll see some heavy progress in that in the next couple weeks. And this is a major project for 15th Street North, 15th to 12th. For the Vermont Avenue area, all of that collects to one outfall and goes. So providing the second outfall here will be a huge relief for that area. As Ms. Vicki talked about earlier, the vac truck. So we purchased this, we ordered it in October, it came in February. The significance of this truck, rental can range anywhere from $250 to $375 an hour. So not only does it add up quick, but you're also at the contractor's mercy of when it's available, if it's available. So a couple of examples of how this benefits the city. Bel Air Estates and Minnesota Avenue were part of the master plan, and basically the master plan just called for them to be cleaned so they could be inspected to see what the problems were. It took our guys 64 hours to complete this, which would have been $16,000 utilizing the cheapest rate, and utilizing our own vac truck and 2 staff members, it cost just over $2,000. That does not include fuel, and that does not include, purchasing the truck, but that just goes to show how over time that truck is going to pay for itself and benefit the city. Some other of our completed projects for the master plan was Colorado Avenue. That was completed in 2017. Pennsylvania Avenue, January of 2021. Georgia Avenue, the same. And Florida Avenue, we completed the same, which I'll get to this. I've got, and I can pull this up on the screen. Not sure how to make that bigger on the screen here, but
It looks like a full screen itself. Yeah.
That's good enough.
yeah. So, I'll just pass it around, the bottom one. So we'll pass some copies around, but just wanted to show this. So when you see one project get done, and you see some other projects that maybe haven't started yet or are in the works, this is a kind of a flow chart of stormwater conveyance. So you've got 3 different examples here. The first one, Crystal Lane, which we talked about. So Crystal Lane flows to Minnesota Avenue, which flows to the railroad ditch, phase 1, and then goes to an outfall. So when you see all these projects being done, you may see a project being done, but there's the stormwater still staging up, or nothing's being affected yet. It's because you've got all these places that tie together. So if you don't start at basically the outfall and work your way backwards, the stormwater still has nowhere to go. So that's kind of what we're trying to do in all of our different scenarios. So you've got 15th Street, which flows to the railroad ditch, which flows to Virginia Avenue. and you've got Florida Avenue, which flows to 11th Street, which flows to an outfall. So a lot of times, you'll see people will say, well, I see you working over here, but nothing's been done yet. And this is kind of an indicator of that, of why an order is being done the way it's being done. So our HMGP projects, sure everyone's heard about the HMGP and the grant we have applied for. The city, the county, everyone has applied for these projects. Got them highlighted here as all of our projects that we have for stormwater. The green is stuff that we've either heard back from HMGP on, whether it's we've received a budget concurrence and it could possibly be in FEMA's queue, or projects like West 10th Street. We had a meeting 2 weeks ago with DEO for a grant we applied for that. 7th Street I don't have highlighted, but I think we're talking about that later today to be submitted. So the green here is something that we've received some positive feedback on and possibly could have funding soon. And then the numbers beside it, you'll see priority 31, 39, et cetera. That's how they're prioritized on the HMGP list. So with all that money coming through, hopefully within the next several months, we'll see some more major projects being undertaken. So this is, and it's kind of hard to see, and I think I've got another one too that we can pass around. But what we're trying to do, since we started January 1st, is go through and highlight as we complete something. So you'll see on there the yellow, which kind of to the far left, those streets is what staff has dug in-house. And as we get it completed, I'm trying to go through and highlight it yellow. Orange is what we've used the vac truck on to go through and clean. The pink or purple, that is what we've hired a contractor to help us clean ditches on or dig ditches. And the light blue is where an improvement was made, whether it was a new pipe or a new inlet or something like that. So we're working on a way to put this on the website to kind of be an interactive map as it progresses, so people can see when their ditch was dug or when it's coming up. Still working on our maintenance plan for our scheduling to know, so you can pull up your residence and say, okay, my ditch is supposed to be dug in the 3rd week of June. That's kind of how we're laying this map out so that we can work with it and figure out our schedule and how long it's going to take in certain areas. But before we get the interactive map, we'll try to post this online to kind of update it maybe at the end of every month so people can see what's been done. If my street hasn't been dug yet, but they've been digging over here, you can kind of see how it's going. So what's next for us? Continue to utilize our staff and contractors to help clean ditches, culverts, and inlets. Always learning our ways to be more efficient. Our biggest thing in that is our work order program that we're working with Munis to have a digital work order and to have an application for residents to submit issues, whether it be flooding issues, potholes, water leak, anything like that through the app. So there's still a ways out from that, but we're moving forward, and that's one of our ways for our efficiency. Continue to pursue our funding opportunities. Hear a lot about grant writing and grants for the city. We have applied for more grants than probably half the cities in Bay County. We've got HMGP grants, DEO grants, CDBG grants. I'm sure Ben can allude to a lot more grants that we have went after, but there is tons of grants out there that we have applied for or working towards to help with these projects. As I mentioned, the work order program to help us answer and respond to our citizen complaints and concerns. One of a big issue is DOT. We've got a lot of DOT ditches that run through this city, whether it's on 77, 390. We get, people ride up and down 77 and they call the city, hey, the ditch is full over here. So we're trying to send DOT an email about once a week here lately to, hey, we're getting these complaints, we've got these issues, and trying to stay on DOT to make sure they get that done. And then as we continue to knock projects out on the master plan, we've also got to keep expanding the master plan. It's not going to be completed. Once all the projects are done on this master plan, it's still going. We have 96 outfalls. We've got dredging that needs to be done. We've got outfall relocations. We have outfalls that go right beside someone's house that's, been there over the years. So there will always be a master plan that will always be expounded on and continue to work towards. So just because we see some good progress on this one, it's not over. We still got to keep going. Any questions? So I've also provided each of the commission the status report, basically, which is basically a written report of where we are with the master plan. We're going to put this online as well, so it kind of breaks down each project, and it's color coded. Yellow is work in progress, green is complete, the pink there is work described in the master plan is complete, but we have more follow-up work to do with that. Whether it be like Bel Air Estates, the master plan called to clean that and inspect it like we talked about. Well, we've done all that, it's clean, but we've still got to figure something out with the outfall ditch. So just because we completed it, we've still got to expound on that. And the red is no work to date, whether it's just waiting for funding or that project has just not been as much of a priority as some others.
Chris, thank you very much for your report. And I got to tell you, I mean, if my numbers are correct, you've already saved the city over $600,000. You and your department and Bobby and you guys. Great work, you know. Keep moving forward with it. Thank you very much for everything y'all are doing. Anybody?
Yeah, I agree, Chris. I mean, this is awesome to see. You know, I know stormwater's been an issue in Lynn Haven for a long time. The citizens know it's been an issue for a long time. But I'm hoping that the citizens are starting to see as well that we have a new crew in here. You know, we have some new players hired on here that have some ideas that we haven't tried before. So we're seeing progress, and I hope you're seeing progress. You know, it's a campaign season, not just here, but in every city, and you know, local city governments can get slammed in campaign season from time to time, but I hope this shows that we're being diligent with the people's money and how much we actually do care about where the money's being spent. So thank you so much for that, Chris.
Well, and I mean, I've only been here 6 months, but I think Bobby can attest to this too. I think this city manager and commission and residents have been the hardest push for stormwater that I think has ever been. So as long as we have the support and can continue to move forward, we're there.
Thank you, Bobby, too. I don't mean to leave you out because you're running that department, so I want to thank you as well. And I know you're involved heavily, so please take no offense at that.
And just to be clarified, I just kind of tallied the numbers up on a rough. It's $560,000, approximately $560,000 y'all have saved the city already. So good job. Thank you. Great. Anybody else have anything? The citizens have any questions for? Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I just wanted to. You had said earlier that we had transferred into stormwater a couple times this year and last year. Was that the 400,000?
Yeah, the first year, I think in 2019, I think it was 400,000. And then 2020, there was a little bit over $1 million to get all of these things done. So hopefully we will be able to fund stormwater on its own at some point. We like to also, going forward, I told Chris, we like to do these stormwater workshops about every quarter, just to update the commission, update the citizens where we are, so you'll know what we're doing and how we're spending money.
And to kind of piggyback off that too, you know, we've talked about our rate study that was completed and doing our non-ad valorem and everything there. And so whenever we present these, you know, we're always going to have our numbers there so that we can show you, hey, it was called, you know, to spend $500,000. We were able to complete it for 150 or whatever the number may be, to kind of show, hey, we're taking this money and we are putting it to good work and utilizing as that should.
Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Walker.
Two questions.
Yes, sir.
How much did the truck cost?
It was $369.
360.
360.
360. Okay. Second question. With the transfer of two, that's $800,000. Okay. You seem to be doing quite well on your own with that. Now you're going to assess us. Okay. Is the assessment going to be for the future, or is the assessment going to pay back the $800,000? That's $800,000, and you seem to be doing everything within house.
What?
Now we're going to be assessed.
But now let's just remember that money that we transferred is our operating money to do these projects. That's the R&M infrastructure money and all that. So without that money, we can't do any of these projects.
And
Normally you receive, let's say, I'm going to say a roughly figure, 200,000, maybe that was used before you got there, okay, for operating expenses. So you have that, and now you're gonna get an assessment, and you have the transfer. Looking at it this way, if you're doing that well, with $800,000, which is gonna sunset, that's stopping, okay, then you're gonna go into an assessment. Is that for the future, or is that for right now to pay back?
No, it's for the future.
It's for the future. Thank you.
Yes, yes, sir, Mr. Scray.
You mentioned the projects on 77 and how it takes the state a while to, fulfill those projects. Have we checked into seeing if we can set up an agreement or anything with the state where, not to add more work to your plate, but where we maintain those ditches and then they reimburse us for the costs that we expend?
So the problem with that is we already have a hard time maintaining what we have. So if we take on more of that type of maintenance with no additional income, no additional personnel, no additional equipment, we're really hurting ourselves.
Right,
DOT,
if we're being reimbursed for it though?
yes, and there's some other cities that have tried to work with DOT to do that, and typically it'll be, we'll pay the expenses for a year, or we'll pay the expenses for 3 years, and then after that, then what? Then it's, oh, we need to raise rates again or do something else because we took all this on and now DOT is not helping fund. DOT has a contract with DBI, who does all of their maintenance. So every time we reach out to DOT, they basically hit the forward button, copy us on it, and send it to DBI. I have a meeting with them Thursday, or a web meeting with DBI and DOT Thursday, so hopefully we can press them a little harder. But as always, everybody's at DOT and AT&T's mercy, so.
Right. I'm just pointing out, like Mr. Aldridge said, some other ideas that maybe we haven't tried.
Yeah, and it's something to look at, if the funding is gonna be there, but if the funding is not gonna be there or only gonna be guaranteed a year, then it would not be feasible for us.
Thank you.
Yeah, the issue being that if we staff up for that operation and equipment up for that operation and then DOT drops it, we're stuck with that additional
Yes.
expense.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, sir, Mr. Ward.
First I want to say thank you for tackling this huge thing. I'm sure it hasn't been fun. And so I think we're making great strides with this, but saving us a lot of money, I had a question on is if we save enough money on these projects, and I know we already approved the stormwater assessment fees, is it possible in the future, because I know the first year it goes up and it's not a huge amount, but then the second to the sixth year it goes up quite substantially. So my question, if I can ask a question, if it goes up, if we save enough money, is it possible that those stormwater assessment fees will go down enough so it doesn't break the pocketbook of the residents?
That is possible.
Yes,
Yes.
just
that
so you-
it- oh,
sorry,
you
go
go on. No, go on.
Just so you know, each year, the commission has to approve the millage or the rate. So each year, this commission is gonna have to approve whatever that stormwater assessment is before it goes on the property tax bill.
So that's gonna be assessed at the same time to do the millage? Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Follow on that, if the commission has to reapprove it, does that mean if the commission, it just stays the same automatically, or if it's not approved, it will fall off completely?
If I'm not mistaken, it has to be approved every year.
You can approve that every year and say, for instance, that some of these capital improvement projects we've done in-house, we put these capital improvement projects in place to spread it out over several years to say we're going to get all of these things done. But if we've done some of these in-house, that means that your rates are going to come down.
So the increase isn't, if or when it's approved, it's not constant, and only increases need to be approved, so it actually needs to be renewed annually?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And the biggest benefit too in the money you save is basically the expeditement of other projects. So when you save all this money or save any money, you're basically able to just, okay, well, we were gonna have to budget for that in our 5-year plan, but now we were able to save money and we can actually move that to our 2-year plan and stuff like that. Is our biggest benefit in the cost savings.
I'd also, just because we're talking about the stormwater assessment, I'd also remind everybody that we are shifting the way the citizens pay for it. It's not a matter of a new assessment. We're gonna remove the stormwater fee off of your utility bill, and it's moving to your non-ad valorem assessment. So, just to clarify. Any other questions for Mr. Lightfoot? Yes, sir.
So, thanks, Chris, and your department for everything you guys have done with that. If I understand correctly, there is a rescue plan that's come out from the state of Florida that is supposed to go for sewer, water, stormwater. And it's already been delegated and regulated down to the counties and to the municipalities. Lynn Haven's scheduled to get hit, I believe it's 8.6
6.
million.
Mhm.
Is that money factored into this? If it is, I know you only get 50% of it up front. You're talking $4.3 million. If you're saving 500,000 right now, what could you do with $4.3 million?
Yeah,
We,
a lot.
we could do a lot with 4.3 million.
lot. Yeah.
The reason I'm saying this is because my reasoning tells me that if you get this money in and it goes for stormwater, right, and sewer and water
Yes.
and all that, you know, to get us back up to where we need to be, that is going to take down our normal costs because we're trying to play catch up all the time.
Right.
So that therefore, maybe the stormwater fee that's on our water would be sustainable for the stormwater department. So we wouldn't have to go to a non-ad valorem at all. And it would actually end up probably reducing a lot of rates for a lot of different things. Am I wrong in anything that I just said?
I think in terms of when we talk about the rescue plan, you're exactly right, that the city is, and many cities will receive money with this, and they'll receive 50% up front. But one of the things we'll need to look at are, again, the capital improvement projects. And as those projects go down and we tackle those projects, yes, your assessment goes down as well. And so you want to have something consistent that you will be able to tackle those problems, those projects, and that's the non-ad valorem assessment that will be there. That money will be available if passed. That money will be available in fiscal year this coming up, and so you'll be able to utilize that money. But we can we always revisit it every year and say, hey, we tackled all of these large projects. Remember, HMGP and the commission passed that a while back, that we had literally about $8 million in projects, and of that, the city has to put up 25%, and so that's about $6 million that we'll have to put out of pocket when those projects are approved. So between stormwater, wastewater, and water, that money will go to good use. But we will just have to see in that first year, maybe second year, how many of those projects are approved and what will have to come out of the city's pocket to fund those projects.
And if I could have one more kind of housekeeping review. Once you get the stormwater back to where it's manageable, are you going to kind of schedule like a citywide monthly or quarterly, a regular scheduled routine to keep these ditches clean and free so they don't clog up? But I know that would help tremendously automatically.
Yes, and the map that we had there in the presentation, that's kind of how we're using to gauge, okay, we were able to complete this, in 12 months, and we're going to go from January 1 to December 31st, and we're going to be able to take that and, okay, now let's break it out once it's all completed and caught up, and come up with our plan of, okay, we need to be in this quadrant of the city digging ditches at, during this time here, and then we'll also know, what city staff can handle in-house, how far they can get, and what would need to be contracted out to help, like the railroad ditch or the bigger ditches there.
Chris, and Brian, I'd like to point out to you, I can't speak for the commission, but the reason I voted for the non-ad valorem assessment, I felt like it was a more equitable way of collecting that instead of making just the utility owners, utility operator.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And if I was in your position, I would have probably done the exact same thing, because I know that $3 and something on a water bill is not going to, no matter how many residents you have, it's not gonna be sustainable for stormwater.
Oh, yeah.
So I understand that.
But for me, again, it was an equitable thing. People that aren't utility customers weren't paying that fee. And now it's gonna be, spread across the entire city. That was the main reason I supported that. Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
it
sir.
also would change how businesses are assessed too.
Correct, correct.
And to kind of lead off the water and sewer and, all of the money there, like the 10th Street project, for example, that project includes water, sewer, stormwater, and paving. So stuff like that, it'll all be incorporated into one. So when that grant comes in, we can do all of that at one time. So not only will you get a stormwater project completed, but you also get a water, sewer, and a paving project completed as well.
Any other questions? Yes, sir, Ben?
Will your staff be able to handle the new level of service? I mean, is that something that you can continue for the next years to come, or do you?
So one thing that we're working on and we'll probably bring to the commission during budget time for fiscal year 22 is a contract kind of like what we just talked about with DOT, what they have to either help, with ditch digging or help with right-of-way mowing or something like that. Not to do 100% of the city's ditch digging and mowing, but to have that contract there in place to kind of help boost and see production. So that's kind of why I broke it apart in separate colors on the map there, so that we can kind of see, okay, we needed help here. We were able to do this in-house, so we were able to gauge that and know exactly how much help from the outside we will need.
Talking about an IDIQ contract with service providers to supplement your workforce?
It'll be, a contract, whether it be a ditch digging, by the foot or by the hour contract. Right now, we're getting our quotes and doing it by the hour for projects, so that's how it'll be.
And if you have estimates, of course, if you have estimates of how much you're gonna need, you can actually get guaranteed pricing for those jobs and then have the supplementary rates for any other capital project.
Right, and what we've done with hiring out, we pretty much can pin down a price per foot for ditch digging. And we'll be able to know, okay, if we budgeted X amount of dollars and bid out so many feet of ditch digging, this is what we can get done.
Exactly. Bundling.
Any other questions for Chris? Yes, ma'am.
Well, on that map, unless I didn't see anything on there, I didn't see anything down around, 4th Street, 5th Street, Kinshaw Park area down there, where the sewer plant is. Unless I missed it.
Yeah, there's some work done on 5th Street
And 4th Street as well.
and 6th Street.
We used the back truck to clean out all at the end of 4th there. I think that's Montana by the dog park all the way, so use that. So, and some of the map may have got cut off, moving it from that to the PowerPoint, but that one should have everything on it.
Okay. My eyes are probably in this.
There,
Okay.
there's some colors that.
There is some color.
Yeah.
And it's kind of hard on the map to actually pick a color because there's so many colors on the map already, so.
Yeah, okay.
The interactive feature, will you be able to sort by project type? Or if you only wanna see things the back truck did? you can
Yes,
sort
it'll
by
be,
back truck?
yes.
That's awesome.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, any other questions?
Commissioner?
Yes, Miss Arlene.
I know I'm late and I apologize, but, how about, behind Roberts Hall? Is there any work being done in the alley, in the, on 9th Street? There is no drainage there. The Roberts Hall acts as, I'm not thinking the right word, but it's a reservoir, stormwater reservoir for stormwater that, in that block.
I'll look into that area, but also on Ford Avenue, we have a grant submission too to redo all that area that I think accounts for the drainage there.
It's on the 9th Street side.
Right.
In the alley.
Okay.
There's just absolutely no drainage. The only sewer is up on the corner of what was used to be Mullins. And that is about 4 or 5 feet higher than, where we are at Roberts Hall. The city has built up around us. And, it's a chronic problem.
Okay. We'll take a look at it.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Do you have anything for White only in 10th Street in the works or on the plan for that section?
Wyoming and 10th.
5th Street, that's water, floods, all the homes there.
That area does not ring a bell right offhand. I would have to look back at our flood maps and everything there to see. When, at the end, I'll give you my card with,
Homes on Colorado. That homes on Colorado between 9th and 10th Street, they flood in the backs of the houses, flood that comes up into the house.
wasn't that part of the Colorado project? Yeah, that was part of the Colorado project that was completed in 2017. That's for this year only. Yes, sir.
The other part of the work was to put drain pipes down, White only to 9th Street, and then have that from 9th Street go down to Mississippi to the new ditch and all that was built all down there. The pipes were
Y'all
put
been
down.
working on that.
I thought that was all completed as part of that project. We'll get together after this and go over it.
Because we've been working on that.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
Just wanted to know if Bobby had any other comments too.
Oh, yeah, Bobby, is there anything you'd like to say, sir?
No, just, I think Chris has been doing a great job. I wanted to thank the commission and the city manager for getting us the funds and the staff and the equipment to do this stuff we were never able to do, so. And, to point out on those HMGP projects, those are the bigger projects still to come. We're talking, one project alone might be $2 million, so. We picked the smaller ones we could do in-house, but yeah, the ones remaining are big ones. So, we do need the funding.
Yes, sir.
Right.
So if you know any state leaders, feel free to call them and press. Thank you, Chris. Has the commission got anything they want to say before we? All right, so we're going to conclude the stormwater workshop, and you've got about 15 minutes for the commission meeting. Thank you all again for being here. Thank you again, Chris and Bobby, both. So thank you all for coming out to the meeting this morning. It's going to be a fairly long meeting, I think. So if we can call the meeting to order, and Mr. Aldridge, would you lead us in the prayer? Yeah, sure. Please stand.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this morning that you've blessed us with, Lord, and we thank you for our home here in Lynn Haven, Florida. Father God, I pray for wisdom to prevail and love prevail in this meeting today. I pray that you'd remind us all, Lord, during the course of this meeting that we're neighbors, that we're friends, that we see each other all the time, Lord, and that we're working for the better of this city, Lord. We thank you, Father God, that there's kindness in each and every one of our hearts as we look at each other throughout the time that we're here. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you all. Thank you very much for coming out this morning. It's glad to see all the people in here. Okay. Let's take a moment, let everybody get seated. There's one more seat up front here if anybody'd like to sit down. Okay, I think everybody's situated. Again, thank you all very much for coming out this morning. It's nice to see this many people at one of our meetings. I wish they were all, attended like this. Because of the length of the meeting, I'm going to not do a mayor's report because I think this is going to be a rather lengthy meeting. But I do have a proclamation that I need to read for the Arbor Day proclamation. So let's see. Make sure I've got the front page. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture, that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees, and whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting heat and cooling costs, moderating the temperature, cleaning the air, produce life-saving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife, and whereas trees are a renewable resource giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and provide beauty for our community. Now, therefore, I, Dan Russell, Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Lynn Haven, Florida, do hereby proclaim April 30th, 2021 as Arbor Day throughout the City of Lynn Haven, Florida, and ask that everyone join me in supporting this worthwhile project. I urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and to support the efforts to protect our trees and woodlands, and in witness thereof, I here do set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Lynn Haven, Florida, to be affixed this 13th day of April 2021. Thank you for listening to that, and I will sign that after the meeting is over. So we're going to move on to the commissioners' reports. Let's start with Commissioner Tender, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
One of the things that I wanted to bring up during my report today, I had the grandson of John B. Creamer come up and talk to me yesterday out here. The little park that we've created on 9th in Illinois, his grandfather, Mr. Creamer, donated that property to the City of Lynn Haven. And he's requesting, and I totally agree with him, that possibly a plaque go up in that park and name that after his grandfather. And the grandson is my age. So it was quite some time ago. Well, I make a motion that we name that park.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion with the commission? Hearing none, any discussion with the public? Hearing none, City Manager, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Tender?
Yes.
Commissioner Perno,
Yes.
Commissioner Aldridge,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
Yes, motion carries. Thank you, ma'am. Please
Well, thank
continue.
you. And other than that, just all the election hoopla going on. Can't wait till next Tuesday is over. And I think everything's gonna turn out just the way it's supposed to. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Aldridge?
No report, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Perna?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'd just like to thank all the citizens of Mill Bayou. Yeah, I've been reading emails, and I know we have a hot topic today, and I just want to hope that when you leave here that your voices were heard, and like anything in these meetings, sometimes you don't get what you want. You get a little bit of what you want, but you come here and you get heard for what your situation is, and I just want to let you know that we hear you. So thank you, and I have no other report.
Thank you, sir. We do have one housekeeping issue needs to be straightened out on the agenda. It's my understanding that items 10 and 11 in the consent agenda are not ready for us to vote on, and they need to be removed. So I'd like to ask the commission to give me a motion a second so we can remove those items.
Motion to remove.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion with the commission? Hearing none, any discussion with the public? City manager, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Perno,
Yes.
Commissioner Tender,
Yes.
Commissioner Aldridge,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
Yes, motion carries. Thank you, ma'am. And moving on to the city manager's report. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Just a couple of things that I'm not going to give a full report, but just a few things that I know that are very important. Just to bring to the commission's attention, our handwritten checks that we do for any of the haulers or our consultants, $27,686 and $22,523. These are our handwritten checks that we do to verify, and then we bring them before the commission. Secondly, Employee of the Month. I want to recognize Employee of the Month, and I'm going to ask that Ty Ferris come up with Stephen Hodge. And if you've noticed, we've started doing these back in so that all of our staff can come in and be seen. And when we're in the larger building, all of those staff members that we have recognized over the past couple of months that have not been able to come to the meetings just because it's been just a little bit crowded, we're going to start that back and get all of them in so they can be recognized.
To use a sports analogy, Steven is one of the players that I can't afford to leave sitting on the bench. In addition to being dependable, he's very conscientious about what he does, and any task he's assigned, it's above and beyond. And congratulations on this. And in addition, Steven is going to be the supervisor that's going to be out at our new Lynn Haven Bayou Preserve and Park here when it eventually opens in the next month or two.
Awesome.
So,
Cool.
great job.
Next is our financial update from Kiki Roman. She is our Deputy Finance Director.
Good morning. Questions for me today?
Well, I did have one question. The short version that came with the agenda that has about 5 entries on it, and then I got a new one from you that's 7 or 8 pages. Is that one for the future? This is for this meeting?
7 or 8 pages.
Yeah, it was long.
I
think she's referring to the warrant list that you sent out.
Warrant list.
Oh, the warrant list.
Yes.
Yeah, the warrant list will go out on Thursday. The report that applies to this meeting is 1 and a couple of lines. Did you need a copy of that, Commissioner?
No, I have it right here.
Okay.
I just for clarification, the check for $63,000, Donald Smith Company, who is that?
Yes, ma'am. That is for water well number 1. And the purchase order was approved. I'm not seeing the date on it. Oh, January 4th.
Mm-hmm. And Greg Kitwell is back. He can give you an explanation
So
if you
it was
like.
work done on a,
Water well number 1.
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Commissioner, you other commissioners got any questions? Commissioner Tanner, is there anything else, or is that?
No, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And also, just for clarification, checks are not run until approval is given by Mayor Pro Tem and myself. We look through the warrant list. Checks are then run. So when Kiki gets up here, it's for any other questions that are available. Okay. Next, insurance update. We're so glad to have Jeff Carter back with us. As you know, the commission approved Maryland Law to come in and be our legal counsel to receive the rest of our insurance money. And I asked Jeff, and we both discussed him coming in and giving an update. So if you will, that'd be great. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'll start with a quick update and then see if you have any questions. Where we are, the carriers invoked the appraisal process. So we've worked with World Claim, Plant Moran, the whole team to get to a certain point of what's the difference? What do they owe the city? What does the carrier owe you guys? Couldn't get to an agreement on there. We're about an $8.9 million worth of delta between where we are and where the carrier is. The carriers come back, they retained counsel. We work with these guys regularly. Matt Litsky with a firm called Phelps Dunbar out of Tampa. He's a good attorney. He's a very reasonable man. Good working relationship there. But they did invoke the appraisal process. They've named their appraiser. We have retained our own appraiser and are about to name him next week. And we move on from there. So that's kind of a general 50,000-foot view of where it is. I can tell you that the appraisal process will speed it up as opposed to going to court and litigating it, which could drag it out a couple of years. So at first blush, it may strike you as, wow, this is another delay, but we don't see it as a bad thing. We see it as a good thing. So what questions could I answer of the commission?
Jeff?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What do you think the timeline is on the appraisal process?
We could be looking at another 6 months.
Jeff, do you off the top of your head, do you know what the undisputed amount is right now?
Undisputed? We don't have an undisputed amount anymore after the recent payments of 1.28 that we got in December and early January. That was the only undisputed money out there. Everything else after that is disputed.
Okay, then maybe my question is, you say there's an 8.29 delta.
8.89.
8.89. What's their number and what's our number? If you follow that,
I got you.
Yeah,
I got
so,
you. Well,
so
I don't have that
If we
with
waived
me.
8.9, I was just wondering, what number we would
I
be at.
focus more on what the delta is. I don't know exactly where they are on the top of my head. I didn't bring my file with me, and I apologize.
No problem. And just for clarification, I'm not talking about waiving any money at all. I just was trying to understand what the numbers are.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, the policy was for 23 million, is that correct?
Almost.
Almost.
Okay, almost 23 million. And we've gotten 1.28 so far.
Oh, no, ma'am. We're approaching, 10 million
Yeah.
almost
It's a little over.
in actual payments.
Yeah, it's actually, total amount is 11 million, what we received
Yeah,
here.
with the recent
11
payments.
million,
Yes, ma'am.
$873,000, so we received that. And then there's some money that's held for recoverable depreciation. And you may want to talk about that and how we can access that money.
So the recoverable depreciation is something that a claimant will get paid after you make the repairs. If you never make the repairs, you never get that money. Once you make the repairs or rebuild, you present evidence of payment, or in some cases, like with, once you've done the design build and entered into contracts, that's a sufficient barrier to, once you get past that, then you can get some RCV money on that. And it's there, it's in the credit side of your ledger, but you just can't get it yet.
Until we start to rebuild?
That's right.
Okay.
I'm aware there's demo going on. We're going to have our appraiser, once we formally named him, get on in here and start working with department heads and with Vicky. He and his team are going to need a lot of access. It's going to probably be a little bit of a continued headache. I know that Vicky's doing about 5 jobs, but if y'all just keep bearing with us, we'll keep pressing on them. Any other questions I can answer?
Thank you, sir.
No.
Appreciate
All right.
you coming out this
Yes,
morning.
sir. Thank y'all. Good to see everybody.
That's my report.
Before we move off of the city manager's report, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but could you explain the ramifications of Governor DeSantis' statement you made last week.
Sure. So right now, some of the monies that we receive from FEMA, they're 90-10 cost share. The state and the federal government pays 90%. We pick up the 5%. State picks up 5%. The cost share that the governor is talking about is that he has waived that completely. And we submit an application, and that money will be at 100%. Right now, just for what we paid, contingent upon all things go well, we are looking at probably about 1.4 million that will come back to the city. Again, that will be additional money for the rebuild. Okay.
That's 1.4 million that we already paid, or that we owed.
Yes. Yes, that'll put us at 100%. Yes, you're exactly right.
So like I mentioned in the workshop, if you know anybody in government, federal, state government, reach out and tell them thank you for that, because that's going to help the city.
And I did send an email to the governor's office and FDM telling them thank you, and they are helping us move through the process.
Is that it, ma'am? Thank you. And Mr. Obos, City Attorney's report.
Sure. Not too much today, Mr. Mayor. I know I've been working with the chief on updating our noise ordinance to put some teeth in there to help him out. So that'll be coming up probably on our next agenda.
Thank you, sir. And number 7 is public commentary. Mr. Scray, you beat everybody to the end. Yes, sir.
There's a reason I wanted to be first. Ryan Scray, Missouri Avenue. So the start of the meeting, Mr. Aldridge started the invocation saying we wanted wisdom, we're neighborly, and we want to do what's best for the citizens. I appreciate that, because I'm going to challenge you to that today. The Mill Bayou project, I do not live near there. I live on Missouri Avenue. There's a lot of people here to speak, but I want to speak on behalf of the citizens that can't be here that reached out to me. I fully agree that a property owner should be able to develop their property responsibly and, you know, with some common sense. This project, to me, I looked at a lot of the paperwork. There's some things missing for me. There's a lot of responsibility for the traffic getting pushed off. There's no impact to the education system. The stormwater is going to remain private. There's a wetland being built over. There's a lot of upset citizens. I asked the commission to do one thing today for this agenda item, to hold off on voting yes or no on it, and instead make a motion to set up a workshop and talk to the citizens about this agenda item specifically, so that way these solutions can be talked about and not kicked off onto some future commission or some future generation. Put solutions before problems, and let's not exasperate the problems we already have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else in public commentary?
Didn't we have a workshop on that a year ago?
Yeah.
The school.
Yeah. Okay. So if there's no more public commentary, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I didn't see you raise your hand.
Jody Moore, 2129 Amherst Street. I just would like to make a comment, especially since all this is coming up about the construction that's going up, and why a lot of people are here today. A lot of people made the comment online and in person about the time change that recently happened, in fact, at the last meeting. Mr. Aldridge is the one who, made that motion for the change, and then, of course, everybody voted for it except for Judy. So Mr. Aldridge made the comment that it was costing the city money, and his other comment was about the city employees having to stay late, after 5. So I can't ask a question, but I wondered if he had anything showing that was costing the city extra money. Even though I'm not a taxpayer because I live in College Point, I'm just making this comment because I think the citizens of Lynn Haven who do pay the taxes, if they do want a later meeting, would like to see that, and then they can make a determination on whether they would want to pay the extra money to have a later meeting, and then have a decision made about that. Because like I said, a lot of people, maybe not everybody cares about that topic, but a lot of people are making the comments that they want a later meeting. A lot of people work and would like to have the opportunity to come to a later meeting. So again, I just wondered if you had anything showing, the cost, of that. And maybe if it does cost extra money, there could be ways to cut the cost on that as well.
Thank you, ma'am. And a couple of things I'd like to comment on your statement. Number one, this commission can't stop you from asking a question. I mean, that's foregone. And I've never said I'm not gonna allow it. What I have asked is that please try to get the answers for your questions from the departments, because when you come up to this podium and ask us, chances are we're not gonna be able to give you the answer anyway, because we're gonna have to go back and research it and ask before we can answer it. So all I've asked is please try to seek the question or the answer to your questions prior to coming to the commission. And if you don't get the answers or don't get the answers that you want, then come up here and let us know. That's all I've asked, just to try to make the meetings go quicker. And that was my only concern. And if anybody thinks that I'm trying to stifle questions, I apologize for that, because that was not my intent. So, and as far as voting on, that's what this commission's we're elected for. I have not had one single person contact me about the timing of meetings. Not one. So if there is an issue, you would think they would reach out to me and tell me, hey, I've got an issue. And I have not had one person email me or call me and say, I don't like the meeting times, please adjust them. So, it's hard for me to hear one person get up and say there's an issue with the timing of meetings when people aren't calling and telling me that. So normally we don't allow people to have more than one public, but I understand you want to, and I'm gonna allow it, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Well, just to respond to that, and I've already, made a comment before, and I appreciate you, agreeing with me that I can get up and ask questions. And you've always made that pretty clear. I mean, because of where I live, as I said before, what you guys do affects me. So that's why I come to these meetings. My comment, and like I said, at previous meetings, I said I completely understand you don't like to be blindsided at commission meetings, and I kind of said that I totally agree with that. So you can ask a question, but you're not going to answer in public commentary, and you have said that. So that's why I made that comment, what I did. My point about Mr. Aldridge saying that it costs money, if he made that comment, surely he did some kind of analysis to, come up with that statement. So where is it? And can he present that to the citizens and show us already? I mean, that was, 2 weeks ago. And if he made that comment, where is the evidence of that? So it should be there. I mean, so can bring it to the next meeting perhaps. So, I mean, I'm just thinking it should already, be in place. Maybe he can tell us the numbers right now. Since he made that comment, why doesn't he, maybe it's something he can tell us later on. The other issue that I had as far as the time change, maybe no one's approached you directly, but if you went to Lynn Haven Neighbors, I'm telling you, some of the people that are here today might speak to that. There's been a lot of back and forth. And like I said this when I spoke first. Maybe not everybody cares about the time change, but there are a lot of people that are grumbling about that and saying that they want to be able to come to a later meeting. Now, maybe they haven't approached you, but I mean, they haven't approached me either because I'm not a city official, but I'm just telling you, I've seen a lot of the back and forth, and maybe people have come to some of the other commissioners and made comments too. So,
Yes, ma'am. As far as the Lynn Haven Neighbors page, yes, I read it, but I take it as a grain of salt, because anybody can create a fake Facebook page or they can spoof a Facebook page. So if somebody doesn't call me directly or contact me directly, I take it, I read it for content value, but I'm not going to make a decision based on what's on Facebook. Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, I would like to publicly say that I am contacted all the time about the meeting times. And to be honest, a lot of people thought at the last meeting we were going to change the time from 4 to 6 or from 5 to 6. Instead, we went from 5 to 4. And it just really threw a lot of people off. I do get a lot of kickback about the times of the meeting. And I think it will continue until we give them a nighttime meeting.
My suggestion for you would be to tell them to call the rest of the commissioners. Because if they're lobbying you alone, you're one vote. They need to lobby all the commission to make sure all the commission is aware of their feelings. I mean, that's the easiest thing for, citizens. That's how it's supposed to be done. You call your commissioners, tell them you have a problem. And then we're supposed to react to those statements.
Is everybody's phone number available?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yours too, Pat?
Yeah,
I had him call you at Beef O'Brady's the other day. I said, I don't know it. Call Beef's and ask for you.
Well, my cell phone number is 850-774-6128. Okay? 774-6128. You can ring it off the hook, okay? But I'll address, because I second the motion for discussion, and it was for discussion, and in that discussion, I said, I like the meeting at 5 o'clock. We went from 6 o'clock to 5 o'clock because of it was because when it got dark, and we switched for the savings time, and we said we'd address it and go back to 6 o'clock, and that was what we were doing. But the points were valid. That I assumed they were valid points, and I said, well, why not? Let's try it. It's something that we can always change, and we're spending a lot of time over it before it's even happened. The first 4 o'clock meeting hasn't even happened yet, so why don't we do 3 or 4 o'clock meetings and see how it goes, and then talk about it again. And we'll have a different face in a couple of weeks, so we could probably address it at, maybe at the first or second 4 o'clock meeting if we're looking at empty seats or whatever. So that's
and I will take your advice, and I'll have everybody call you.
Sure.
And if I could,
Please do.
if I could speak to it real quick as well, since I'm the one that made the motion and my name's the one being thrown around. The biggest argument that I keep hearing is that people can't make it to the meetings at 9 a.m. My argument is, look at the room.
Missing work.
Who's missing? Is anyone?
Missing work to come today.
Right. But my point is, you can come, right? I'm missing work too.
Well, you
Me
got
too.
elected.
My point is, your argument is people don't come to the meetings at 9. My point is, look at the room. There's people that come, just like we said last week. If you have a city issue, you'll find a way to come to the meetings. I just don't understand, I guess. The board is here to do the business of the city, to keep the city moving forward. And that's what we're here to do, to work, to do a job, okay? And that's what we're trying to do. Everyone else, almost in the entire stinking state, has their meetings in the morning. Panama City has theirs at 8:30 in the morning. I think the county does too, actually, has it at 8:30 in the morning. So I felt like it was compromised. If it was up to me, we'd have them both at 8:30 in the morning. I would love that. But my compromise was, let's have one in the morning, and then let's have one in the afternoon. It's still 4 o'clock in the afternoon that we're having the second meeting. So the fact that I'm not compromising at all is just wrong. Who's not compromising? I kept the 9 o'clock, and then I moved to another one. Well, you don't like me moving to the other one. So, come on, guys. We're here to move the city forward, and that's probably the last thing I'm going to say about it, because I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Russell. I have not had one single person call me or email me about the time. Not one.
Let's just try it for a couple meetings and see
Yeah.
how it goes.
Yep.
So any other public commentary before we move on? Okay. I'm sorry, ma'am. She beat you to it, but I promise we'll get to you.
Hi, Jerry Parker, Rep Place. We got to come up with solutions too, and I know your concern was about overtime. I work in the medical field. If I was still working today, there ain't no way in God's hell that I could be here because I have patients. There's no way. There's no way that my boss would just let me go off to a 9 o'clock meeting, 8 o'clock meeting. There's no way. There's people that can't attend because of their work. However, if you're concerned about overtime, one of the solutions is this. We have 2 meetings a month. The days that you have the people here that getting overtime, give them another day off or another 2 hours off of another day. That's a solution. If you're concerned about overtime, because I think that's a lame excuse. There's other ways to do that. So that would be my solution as far as that's concerned. But you can't just sit here and say people that want to be here can be here. No, they can't. No, they can't. There's some jobs that don't allow it. So I don't agree with that argument. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Walker, I've got 2 ahead of you. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I can't remember your name. I apologize, ma'am.
I don't live here, but let's face it, Commissioner Aldridge is the one that brings this time change up every time. And the board has voted on it every time. And it's like the envelope keeps pushing a little bit closer to the edge. I guess you've got a lot of people here today, and they're all saying it's not convenient for people that work. I'm retired. I don't care. You can have them at 6 o'clock in the morning. But it seems like there's one commissioner that sort of keeps pushing this. And if you've got people here saying what they believe and what they know because they work, I think you should really reconsider that. And as far as what other municipalities do, well, there's a lot of things that y'all do that other municipalities don't do. So I don't think you can have it both ways, Commissioner. You just can't. You can't go along with the crowd when it suits you and then not go along with the crowd when it doesn't suit you. So you've got people here. They've taken time off from work. Obviously, they've taken time off from work because they're here, because something hit them. But if you truly want to see people at your commission meetings and get the best government you can, then what you'll do is make sure your citizens can come. That's all. Very simple. And maybe, you know, Commissioner Aldridge needs to explain why he keeps pushing this. Why if he's not getting phone calls, why is he pushing it? Is it because he has other things to do in the evening? He was hired to do a job. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. I believe you were next, ma'am. Oh, you want Mr. Walker to go? Okay, Mr. Walker, go ahead, sir.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr.
I wasn't going to say anything, however, you opened it up. As I understand it, when I got up the first time, what your statement was that we could ask questions, but you weren't going to answer them. That's what I understood, and that's the way it went down. The way I proposed and looked at it this way is you have an issue on here, and you go for discussion, and we ask a question, and you're not going to answer it. It leads me to believe you don't know the answer, or you're hiding something. Second, or third, is this. If you don't know the answer to something on there, let's say dealing with what we're doing here, you have to vote on that. So if you're not going to answer the question and you don't know the answer, why are you going to vote? How are you going to vote? That's the point. That's why I think previous people allowed the discussion, allowed the discourse, intercourse between you, and answer questions and answers. You're giving the impression you don't know the answer, and you're voting on it, and you're not allowing the public to get an answer to their question. And that's why they're here. So that's why I was a little confused with what you said, and I haven't asked questions at all because I don't expect an answer from you. Also, the reason the people don't call you, they call her, because a gentleman got up here and said, I don't trust you. I don't trust my government. They trust her.
Okay, Mr. Walker, I'm going to address your comment. My statement was directed toward public commentary. During the agenda items, when we have public questioning, you are up to answer questions and ask questions, and we'll do our best to answer. But the question and answer was during the public commentary. Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
My name's Leanne Thompson, and I live in Mill
Yes,
Bayou.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I haven't been able to attend most of the meetings, so excuse me if I've missed something. My concern with the Mill Bayou project is the lack of study on infrastructure. I haven't seen anyone
Mayor,
else studying.
Let me go ahead and I'm sure Amanda will help. If we're going to just talk about the Mill Bayou stuff, that's going to be its own agenda item, which will
Okay.
be a public hearing.
Okay.
And so we'll
Oh,
handle
yeah.
that a little bit differently. So if right now it's just public commentary.
Okay.
In general, if you are here to talk about the Mill Bayou project, we'll actually swear everybody in at that time and have the applicant
So that
speak,
I
and
can
you will all have
bring
your
that
chance
up
to
later?
speak at that
Okay.
stage.
Okay.
So
And to qualify, you're wanting that done because you swear everybody in, correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
It's-
that's
it's
why he's
it's called
asking.
a
to wait.
quasi-judicial public hearing. Basically,
Okay.
the city staff and the applicant have to
Okay.
put on some evidence, and the public is allowed to speak
that's
at that
all. I
point.
just
So
wanted to make
just,
a comment,
if
yeah.
there's anything non-Mill Bayou related, feel free.
Thank you for keeping it straight. Yes, ma'am, Miss Arlene. I can't ever get your last name right. I apologize, Miss Arlene.
You're looking at me.
I caught myself.
Arlene Harrison, 904 Michigan Avenue. I have never once in my life, and I've worked my whole life, I have never once in my life had a job that the employer did not set my time and that I needed to attend. And it strikes me as rather arrogant of you white men, two of which own their own business, one of which used to own his own business, that would say, hey, I can get out. Why can't you? Let's say some of the staff in City of Lynn Haven, if they have something they want to go do, like attend a council meeting, are we going to let them off the payroll so that they can attend? Oh, they're going to be gone for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours? I don't think so. But you're just, you're sounding, and maybe you don't intend to, but it sounds very elite that that you think if they want to come, they can just come. Well, people come because you talk about the very first woman that came up here, to defend her right to live in her RV on her land while her home was being worked on. She had to take the day off work. Now, that's a cut in her pay, and I don't know about your employers that you might have ever had, but none of my employers viewed that very favorably. And I think and of course, Brandon, excuse me. And of course, no one has ever supplied any data, to support the allegations.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other public commentary? Yes, ma'am.
Glenda Butler, 415 Montana Avenue. I am retired. Sometimes I can make the meetings and sometimes I cannot. I am a volunteer with Council of Aging. So in order for me not to be able to take somebody somewhere or deliver food, I'll have to take off so I can go to the meeting. So I have this day blocked off so that I don't do any of that stuff. So it's not just people that are working. It's also people who volunteer.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any other public commentary? Yes, ma'am.
Ashley Sowell, 110 Sawgrass Way. I was just going to add to the times of the meetings. There are a lot of citizens in Lynn Haven that are doctors, that are nurses. I am a nurse. And school teachers, that if we take off work, there is a nurse stuck with extra patients, and that is unsafe. There's a doctor, or there's patients who don't have a doctor if he wants to attend a meeting. He can't do that. And then there's a big shortage of substitutes, so the teachers can't come to the meetings. And they're important citizens in Lynn Haven too. So making the meetings later after work would make it a lot easier for people in healthcare, people in the school system, to be able to attend the meetings. Because if we take off work, our patients suffer, the students suffer. So yeah, that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
If I, just to piggyback on that, and I'll leave this alone, we'll move on, but most of the, and I don't disagree with what you just said to me, okay? I understand what you just said, okay? But what I find is that most people that are not retired, that have families at home or whatnot, they Zoom the meetings because they're cooking dinner or they're washing clothes or they're mowing the yard. So they Zoom, they watch the Zoom meetings, we just won't go into it. I'll just leave it at that. But there are options and ways to see the meeting. We're not hiding anyone from anyone, so I just leave that out there. Thank you.
Mr. Scrave.
I know you usually don't. I just have a very
Come on, yeah. Come on, sir.
So, sorry. On that note, I normally watch these commission meetings from home while I work on my phone via the YouTube. However, when you're in that position, you have no way to make public commentary or ask questions unless you text you're a commissioner, and most commissioners do not have their phones on the desk. You do. I'm not sure if you're checking it. You do, and I know you check yours because I have texted you stuff during meetings, and you saw it, and you made comment about it. So if you're at home doing laundry or working, I'm not sure how we're supposed to interact. So I would, again, issue a challenge to the commission, whether it's this one or the future one, to come up with a solution on how citizens can engage during meetings if they're watching it electronically. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public commentary before we move on to the consent agenda? Hearing none, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Thank you all for your comments. Consent agenda is going to be 8, 9, 12, 13. And let's read through them real quick. Minutes of 3/23/21 regular meeting minutes. Item number 9, approval of last time extension requests for RV trailers and pods on private property for residents affected by Hurricane Michael in accordance with Ordinance 1071. Item number 12, residential incentive program application for 705 West 5th Street. Item number 13, approval to close 5th Street for the 4th of July parade.
Motion to approve.
So we have a motion
Second.
and a second. Is there any discussion with the commission?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to ask about the, I agree totally with the approval for people who are still working on their homes, living in their RVs and all of that. However, I do have a question about the pods. And I only question the ones that have pods in their yards, and they're gone. I mean, lickety-split gone, totally. They're not coming back. And I know one is right next door to one of these that you removed off the meeting on Montana. The property next door, the home has been vacated, and the whole front yard is full of pods. I think there's 2 or 3 out there, along with dumpsters and everything. So I question what we can do about that. The people have left. They're not coming back, but their whole yard is full of pods, and the neighbors have to look at that. So if we could just kind of look into that. Sure.
Yeah, I'd definitely like the code enforcement to take a look at that. So yes, ma'am, thank you for bringing that to their attention. Is there any other discussions about it before we vote on the consent agenda? Any public commentary on the consent agenda? Hearing none, city manager, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Aldridge,
Yes.
Commissioner Parno,
Yes.
Commissioner Tender,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
Yes, thank you. Moving on to item number 14. Discussion and possible approval of development order application for Arbor Landing at Mill Bayou on Highway 390 for parcel number 11344-000-005. And before we get started, I believe you need to swear everybody in
Right,
that's going to testify. So if you're, go ahead. sir.
Yeah, like we said, this is going to be treated as a quasi-judicial public hearing, and so to that end, if there's the applicant, any representatives of the applicant, city staff, and anybody from any citizens that are going to speak today, we can do this collectively. If you just raise your right hand, we'll swear everybody in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. And then, obviously, the commission would need to disclose any ex parte communications or site visits that you've done regarding this project.
I've had none.
I've had none.
I've had none, just the emails and stuff that we've gotten. So.
I too have had none with the developer, but I have read every email that was sent to me by the citizens, just to make sure where I am reading what you've written me. Thank you, sir. And Ms. Richards?
Thank you. Just to let you know at the outset, as well as reading the information on the car, I have some other documents that I want to mention some information from, just so that you've got that information up front.
1 minute. And I also want to qualify, we also received an email from John David. The whole commission did. So I want to make sure that, yes. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. So this is an application for a development order for Arbor Landing at Mill Bayou LLC. This is a request for a development order approval to construct 462 dwelling units on this 57.147 acre vacant parcel located north of State Road 390, east of Mill Bayou Boulevard, parcel number 11344-000-000. This property underwent a future land use map amendment in 2020 from traditional neighborhood development to mixed use, which was approved by the state. The owner wishes to construct a mixture of apartment buildings and townhomes, along with accompanying office club facilities, pool, required parking, landscaping, and infrastructure improvements. The stormwater system will remain private. The allowable density in mixed use for solely residential projects is 10 dwelling units per acre. Therefore, it would have allowed for up to 570 total dwelling units. But this project, again, is for 462. This project will be split into two areas, the north and the south. It is proposed that the northern portion shall have the following: 6 apartment buildings containing 24 units per building, totaling 144 apartments, 14 townhouse buildings containing 10 units per building, equaling 140 townhomes. The total dwelling units in the northern section is 200, proposed to be 284. It is proposed that the southern portion shall have the following: 2 apartment buildings containing 24 units per building, equaling 48 apartments, 3 apartment buildings containing 20 units per building, equaling 60 apartments, and 7 townhouse buildings containing 10 units per building, totaling 70 townhomes. The total number of dwelling units in the southern portion is 178. So that's 178 in the southern, 284 in the northern. The number of PM peak hour vehicle trips that will be generated by the 462 units, that's all of the units, north and south, PM peak hour, which is what the state requires we look at for concurrency, PM peak hour, the total number of trips will be 274 vehicles per hour. PM peak hour. The site plans have been reviewed and have been found to be in compliance with the City of Lynnhaven Unified Development Code, technical standards, and Florida state requirements. Summary: this is a request for development order approval for the construction of a 462 dwelling units and supporting infrastructure. The item was heard by the Planning Commission on April the 6th, 2021, who recommended approval but also recommended that the City Commission send letters to the Bay County School Board and North Bay Haven Charter Academy to ask if there is a plan in place for relieving the traffic congestion caused by the school's drop-off and pick-up procedures, and also write to Bay County regarding the planned completion timing for the Titus project. So that's the basic information. The additional information that I want to share with you is that I did contact the county, and I also contacted FDOT about this project. The county said that they basically didn't have any comment. Tim Smith said that it's not a county road anymore, so the county has no comments. I want to stress that at the time of the original land use to TND for this project, for this 950 acres, that was a county road. Until recently, that was a county road. And when that school went in, they had to coordinate with the county. The county was responsible for concurrency at that time. It has since turned that road over to the state. So the county is saying, we don't care about this, talk to the state. It's a state road. So I called the state, and I spoke to FDOT in Chipley and spoke to Starsky Harrell. And he said that because they approved the land use change last year, the FDOT has no problem with this project. However, they said they will look at the next large-scale future land use map amendment, which will need to submit a traffic study with a proposal for review. So they have no problem with this project because the change from TND to mixed use actually reduced the potential number of vehicle trips that could be put on the road. So the majority of the problem that I think we have is not really on the State Road 390 because the state's fine with it. It's the citizens' concern about the school traffic on Mill Bayou Boulevard. So I called the school, well, we called the school, actually someone else called the school for me, to find out, because we have to look at PM peak hour trips, which is between 4 and 6. We called the school to find out when school turnout time was, seeing as how it's the school traffic that apparently, is causing all the problem there. The school told us that they have staggered release times, which vary from the first one is 2:30, the next one is 2:45, the next one is 3 o'clock, and then the final one is 3:15, and so they're all dismissed by 3:15. PM peak hour that we have to look at is between 4 and 6. So I just wanted to let you know about that, because the people that go out to work that live there, they're the PM peak hour. When they come back from work, school should already be out. The other thing that I wanted to bring to your attention was that I've been doing a lot of thinking about this, and I was thinking that there may be some kind of a remedy. I don't know whether the school could put in an alternate entrance, egress, or whether something could be done with the boulevard. When the northern part is split into 2 sections, this development, when the northern part is developed, it is expected that there will be a northern road running along the top. The county have said they don't know when that Titus extension will be finished, but we have a letter from the county. The developer actually got a letter from the county that said they thought that portion would be later this year. I don't know if it will be later this year or not, but the developer has said that he doesn't expect build out to be 3 years' time. Because of the cost of construction right now, they're starting with what's in the ground. And so after what's in the ground has been put in, they're hoping that the materials will be cheaper for going vertical. And then they'll start with the vertical, which is why I came to my recommendation, which I'll mention in a moment. But as I said, I've been doing some thinking about it, and I was thinking about the multimodal impact fee, multimodal mobility fee that we have instead of proportionate fair share. The county likes to say that we are looking at concurrence. We don't have to have proportionate fair share anymore. They do, we don't. They're putting their traffic onto 390 with their new development, and they have to satisfy concurrency. We collect a multimodal mobility fee. The total multimodal mobility fee that we will have collected, because they have to pay it at permit, at closeout, if you approve this development for all of those units, is $302,000. Well, $302,600,000. I was wondering if there might be a way that money goes towards transportation impact improvements for this development. Now, I'm not a transportation engineer, I'm not in public works, but I was just thinking, that's some money there that maybe we can look at for roundabouts or another entrance or something to find some kind of a solution. So I just wanted to get all that out there first before I come to my, and I'm kind of like, I'm not normally nervous up here, but I've been shouted at so much over the last 2 weeks that I'm just, So my recommendation. Staff recommends approval conditional upon no certificates of occupancy being issued. That's before people can actually move into an apartment or a house. So staff recommends approval conditional upon no certificates of occupancy being issued for the northern section. That's a section that's going to produce the most vehicle traffic impact, until the county road has been installed or a remedy to the current traffic congestion caused by North Bay Haven Charter Academy on Mill Bayou Boulevard has been found. And that's all I have. Thank you.
It's actually a good recommendation. And that was one of my questions. This is a discussion and possible approval, so we're going to allow discussion, prior to us making a motion in second, because we want to hear everybody's, opinions and concerns. First, I want to let you know, I have received an email and read that my understanding is the Titus Road is supposed to be completed this year, 2021, right? And that the county is plans on doing the planning for the Mill Bayou Titus connector in 2022. I'm just giving you the information, ma'am, and as far as Highway 390, that was in development stages with FDOT, and because of budget constraints, they have put that project on hold, which not good for the city of Lynn Haven, not good for Mill Bayou, and not good for anybody. But I want to make sure y'all are aware of that information prior to us getting into this discussion. That being said, does the commission have anything they want to say before I open it up for the public to speak?
As far as that being put on hold, it is going to come back with the highest priority. Commissioner Aldridge and I are on the TPO board, and we voted no the first time, and it was a deadlock, and it came back, and it was approved to remove the project from the DOT work program, with the caveat that at the time they have funding, it'll be put back in with the highest priority and with the least amount of time loss possible.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor Protem. I do agree also with what some of the residents have said about the school traffic. This morning, for example, okay, I got up at 5 a.m. this morning. I know it's weird for an elitist, but I got up at 5 a.m. this morning, and I made my 2 little girls breakfast, brushed their hair, brushed their teeth, told them to put their shoes on 19 times. Put your shoes on, put your shoes on, put your shoes on. Get in my car, take my child to Bayhaven, and then sit in line for 30 minutes. So I do think this board definitely, and I know we've crossed these bridges, we've looked at some things before, but it's kind of fallen back over the last year, I'd say. But I think we do need to bring this back up about school traffic in both areas and work with the state or the county, whether it's 389 or 390, on how we can alleviate some of these issues. Because I feel your pain. I do. I feel your pain on that. And of course, by the time you get up to the door, you're kicking the kid out of the car. You know what I mean? They're like barrel rolling down the side. So that's something we definitely are going to have to look at and take care of that going forward. But I just wanted to put that out there and piggyback on what they're saying about the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Also, Ms. Gaynor sent us an email that she's arranging a meeting between DOT and the county and ourselves.
Some representatives from Mills
Yes,
Bayou.
ma'am.
After talking to a good amount of the residents up there, I feel that, and I went out there Sunday and drove around, went to that dead end, and when you come in that entrance and you come up over that rise, and right there as you're coming down the rise is where I understand they want to put a road right there. I'm concerned that people coming over that rise, if it's backed up, you'll have a problem. But more so than that, what if people are coming out? You can't see them when you come that way. My other concern is many of the children are dropped off at school there, and I understand we need something done about the way that's done. But with the development behind the school, and I'm assuming, probably shouldn't, that many of you moved there so that you could have your children walk to school and things of that nature. I would be terrified to let my child walk down that road. I mean, just with the traffic that's going to ensue, just building, much less how bad it's going to get after that. So I have many, many concerns about how it needs to be rectified. Thank you.
So, let's, Mr. Bollinger, you got your hand up first, sir.
Larry Bollinger, Chief Education Officer,
I'm
Bayhaven
sorry, Mr.
Charter.
Bollinger, let me ask,
Yes.
do I need to ask each one to make sure that they swear themselves in, or are we just gonna assume?
Everybody's been sworn in collectively, just make sure they say their name for the record.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Do I need to say it again?
We got it.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner, for letting me have speak for a couple moments. I understand that this came up at a previous meeting, and I was unaware of this, and so officially, I've received no communication about this issue, but I want to kind of take you back to 2013 for just a second. On the Mill Bayou Boulevard, there was the school, Miss Cato's house, and John David's trailer. Of course, as things go, the community grew up, and we embraced it, and we've done all we can. But I want to say, also as mentioned, we do have 4 staggered times, both bringing the students in and having the students back out again. The state of Florida limits us on number of minutes. We have to have a minimum number of minutes each day and a minimum number of minutes each week in order for us to grant credit for our students and grant and receive funding. So we are doing everything we can. We believe we have a very efficient system. I've been at Bayhaven for 14 years, sir, and every year someone comes up and says, I got a solution. I listen to them, and nothing happens. And so, again, I want to say for the record that we would embrace any assistance we can for either campus, because what I've always said is the good news is that all of these parents want to bring their children to our schools. The bad news is that all these parents want to bring these children to schools and they want to drive, which brings up the busing issue. We are limited as a charter school on busing. We can only bus between 2 and 10 miles, and we have a limited number of funds that we can use. And so changing or the solution really is not adding more buses, because that's just not what we can have. So with that, I just want to say that we want to work together. I'm not saying that I'm opposed or for this growth. It certainly is going to be complicated. The safety issue of our students and all the citizens and everyone coming up and down that boulevard is the utmost of importance. So I just want to let you know that we at the Havens are going to do everything we can to help you and assist you with that. So in that regard, but looking to the school for a quick solution, I don't think is a road that is one we can go down very much. If it were, we would do everything we can. For example, we have a loop road that goes around, if you know, on the west side. All the elementary students, all 678 North Bay Haven elementary students exit through that area, them and their siblings. It's just the 612 students who are on Mill Bayou Boulevard. So we've done, Mr. McLaughlin and his group have done a number of things to really, really help. And I just want to say in closing, coming now, I always like to say we were here first, okay? And it certainly is a benefit and probably a compliment that everybody wants to come and live where you are. But with that, I want you to know that this development is going to be right adjacent to the ball fields. There are going to be lights on at night. There are going to be games played. There are going to be children out there cheering. There are going to be balls being cracked. And so just know that when they come to you, I would like for you to say to them, well, you know, the old CEO said, we were here first. All right. Bless you for all you're doing. We want to work with you all we can. But again, I don't know that we can, if we had a solution, I certainly would have offered it at this time. But thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, I believe you were next. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Lori Ubowski, 108 Shoreview Drive. I am a resident of Mill Bayou, and I just wanted to say, I mean, I had notes to keep it short, but just kind of in response to what she was saying earlier. I'm sorry, I don't remember her name, but the numbers, I mean, just the more she counted up the units, like the more ill I got sitting in my seat, because it's not just about that development, it's about Titus being developed right next to us, that development on Cato. So we've already added 2 large developments to that area that feed into Cato, feed into 390, and now we're looking at Mill Bayou with this like 462. I mean, I was here in front of you months ago, and they stood here and said it's a 190 unit plan. So how did it go from 190 to 462 is what I would like to know. I'd also like to know how the school didn't receive any official communication on this. I mean, I just assumed it's normal that as a resident, we didn't know until a tiny sign was posted at the end of a dirt road that nobody goes down. That's how we found out and started to come and started to generate interest. So it's really not about the school. I think fixating on the school is a problem, because Larry's right. They were there first, and everything got built around them. So all the decisions that were made after the school was there was made around the school. But are they considering the school? Are they considering the traffic that's going through the school? Those are the problem. That's the problem I have with these decisions. On paper and by law and by studies, it might all make sense. But in real life, it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense to put all that traffic through that area. And we're not just talking about the people who live there and send their kids to school. You cannot assume that everybody in our neighborhood has their kids in that school, because it's a lottery. So you have people trying to get out of the neighborhood, and you're going to have that same problem with your 462 units that have children that are not going to get in that school because it's a lottery. So they're all trying to drive out to Deer Point or wherever, Mowat, Mosley, Bay. They're driving everywhere. So the assumption cannot just be that it's our problem. It's like the walkers' problem. It's a bigger problem. And, you know, you talk about the traffic with Bay Haven, and you talk about the traffic with North Bay Haven. Well, let's look at how many lanes are on each of the roads that feed into those schools. 2 lanes. So the problem here is not just our little road. It's like 390. Where's that widening? And then we're going to talk about the Titus extension also, because how do people not know? I mean, she stood up here. I don't know when the Titus extension is going to be finished, really. Who knows? I guess now you had just said after she spoke that you are in some committee, but how does that affect us, and who is that actually helping? I mean, someone tried to explain it to me. I think it was Jim Selena tried to explain it to me after the meeting. I went to the meeting last Tuesday where that board, I did appreciate them saying, you know, we need to look at this, and I appreciate that, but I don't think the school should be solely responsible for coming up with a solution. But it comes from Star, it goes through Titus, it comes behind the new Titus development, and then it comes to our road, which again is one lane. It's one lane on each side. So if that traffic backs up during morning hours, like PM study, great. How about an AM study? Because if people back up to drop their kids off to school, or they're trying to get to the only light on 390 within, I don't know how many miles, but it's the only light. We can't get out of our neighborhoods. Like, if that comes to a standstill, we cannot get to work or get out of our neighborhoods, let alone, God forbid, there's an emergency and an emergency vehicle needs to get back there. They would have to drive up on a curb on a bridge to get out of the way. So these are the kinds of things that we're concerned about. It's not just about, oh, a school has traffic. We know a school has traffic. That's not what we're complaining about. We just don't want this to be approved as is. We want consideration to be taken for making good decisions that's not going to cause heartache for decades for those of us who are trying to preserve our quality of life and the safety for our families and our students and our residents. So I would just ask that you don't approve this unless you've got a plan to divert that traffic somewhere else, or let's move up the priority on widening 390. Why is Titus a priority when 390 should be the priority? And that's pretty much all I have. But Commissioner Aldridge, I didn't know about the time change, so I'm not here to like beat a dead horse. But I was not thrilled that it was changed for this particular meeting. I didn't find out till last week when I went to the planning meeting. But I did bring printouts of emails of people who could not be here. It was difficult for me to be here, but again, I don't know anything about all that. But I did bring, so I just wanted you to know this was not like a rub. I just wanted to hand you a physical representation of the people who wanted to be here but could not. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
And if I could speak to the 390, what happened with that. Pat and I are on the TPO board, which is basically we approve or disapprove of projects going through the state FDOT, coming through our area. And Pat and I actually, the state came in, they said they were pulling the funding from 390 from widening it, which is why work has stopped. It's not going to start back up for probably a year or two, hopefully.
From 77 to
231.
They took it out of their 5-year work project.
Yep.
So
and we fought it. I mean, we voted no. It got the attention literally of the head of the FDOT, and he said, "Who is voting no here? You know what's going on?" But we were doing it because we were fighting for everyone here. We're fighting for us, you know, to get that road widened because it is so important. Growth's going to continue up to 231 over the next 10 years, and so we have to have that road widened in order to accommodate, or we're going to have more and more meetings like this. It's definitely a problem. We see it.
Can I address that just a minute? Excuse me. Even if 390 is eventually widened, I really don't see how that's going to help the problem. All it's going to do is everybody's going to get over into that left turn lane, and that's going to be 5 miles long. Yeah. You know, I think 390 widened is going to be great, but I don't know how this problem is going to be resolved because of that.
Even if they built specialized turn lanes or.
Well, yeah, I mean,
like
you can
that.
get in that lane and sit in that lane too. You know?
I'm just trying to think out loud.
Yeah.
Well, we all sit in the line. Yeah, I did it this morning, so I know.
All right, let's carry on with the public contract. Yes, sir. Please, because of the number of people, we do try to limit time to 3 minutes. So if you would just try to make sure you try to keep it under the 3-minute mark, sir.
My name is John Dosa, 105 South Shore View Drive. I first want to take some time just to thank each one of y'all. Public service, just sitting in the audience looks really hard. So once again, I appreciate your time because there's a lot of things you guys do behind the scenes. You know, a lot of research, meeting with people, texts, phone calls, emails, and things like that. I did send an email to y'all previously last night. Also want to thank the city planners, Ms. Amanda and her team out there. They came up with a great solution in a short amount of time. It's something to work off. There's a lot of data that goes in and reaching out to all the different agencies. So I just wanted to speak very briefly about that. My concern, I don't know much about construction or infrastructure, but I can tell you I do work as a contractor with the United States Air Force, and I build enclaves and do cybersecurity for those things. So the way I look at it is kind of like a highway is the same thing with like infrastructure or IT for highway. The more bandwidth you have when you try to access the internet, the more pathways out. And that's kind of where we are, is we have a logjam and different types of factors that's going to affect this highway, right? So the traffic that goes in and out of Mill Bayou is not going to be affected as of today. So you look at those numbers of 460 something units. You look at it today, it's like, you know what, it might be okay. And I think the tightest extension is going to help. But then there's Grants Mill is going to have a couple hundred units out there, or 100 something units out there. The one by Star Avenue is a 2-lane road as well. There's going to be people populating that area. The one by Cherokee Heights as well. That's hundreds of units. And if everybody tries to avoid 390, there's only going to be a couple different places you can go in order to do that. And so today, I know the buck stops here, as the president once said, and I know you guys are going to try to do the right thing for Lynn Haven, because I trust what Lynn Haven is going to do over what the state of Florida is going to do. I love our governor. He's great. He forgave debt, or he's going to pay us back and things of that nature. But again, the way I look at this is it's going to cause a lot of heartaches, not just for the residents that are existing in and around that area, because within 1 or 2 miles of Mill Bayou, all those different lots and all those different residents, if they only get 1 car, is going to be an issue. But when they get 2 cars or have teenagers and things of that nature, it's going to be even more challenging. I also think about the future residents, right? Because I'm solely responsible for the traffic, because I invite everybody to come to Lynn Haven. If they have to pick a city, I tell them to come to Lynn Haven. So it is my fault. But I'm here today to take that responsibility. But I also want to let you guys know that this is a place that people do want to go to. When that crown jewel, that park is out there, we're going to be taking business away from Panama City Beach, because they're going to want to come to that preserve. But if they can't get to that preserve because there's a 2-lane road with a median, that's going to be very challenging. So access to that preserve is going to be huge. So if we take the insight and take the time to do it right today, we're going to save time, money, and we're going to be the place to come to in Bay County. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Long, and I live at 138 North Shoreview Drive in the Mill Bayou subdivision. And I hear everything that people are saying, and I know this is a major, major issue, because we're continuing to develop, and we live in a watershed area, and I know all of this is major. But I do want to speak to the construction of the entrances on Mill Bayou that are specific to this development, because the one at the south, in the south part, which enters across from the school, is not a safe intersection plan, even if you have 2 cars, let alone 274 at peak, which is really irrelevant to the plan here. And I know that Ms. Richards is making a recommendation to you based on law, and she's correct. There probably are only 274 cars that might be going through there between 4 and 6. But there's probably 2,000 that go through there between 1:30 and 3:30. The intersection that is planned currently across from the school at the south development is on a curve, a blind curve with a 40-foot hill blocking the view. How can that be a good idea? It only takes 2 cars to have an accident. And if you have one during school time, when someone is trying to exit that apartment complex, you're going to back up all of 390. It's just a very bad plan. The number of cars is irrelevant. I really wish that I could hear that all of you went out and looked at it, like Ms. Tinder did, because you don't realize when you look at paper, a 40-foot hill, you can't see anything behind that. Why on earth would you put that intersection there in a school zone 120 feet from a school crosswalk? This is crazy. I don't know why the developer's doing it. They've got room to put 2 entrances on 390 and include one over by Pipeline. The whole thing needs to be reworked with no entrances onto Mill Bayou. And I don't want to take a whole lot of time, because I know you've probably got other speakers. But we are worried about the watershed, and I sent an email with some amateur pictures to the commissioners about the stormwater situation. because it is all privately run. You're not involved. You're not aware of the flooding we already have in Mill Bayou. We're in the watershed. Our development is in the watershed. That hill is where the water starts, and it all flows down into our neighborhood. And it comes straight down Mill Bayou Boulevard. And when you add a couple more access ways in concrete to that, you are going to flood our neighborhood. You will. And I haven't heard anything said about that. And I haven't heard anything said either about the further construction that Mr. David is planning, which is fine. He's going to build all the way to Deer Point on Mill Bayou Boulevard. We are not talking about 274 cars at peak. We are talking about hundreds and hundreds more coming up Mill Bayou Boulevard. So you have to look at the future. And I really wish that this commission would consider approving, not approving today, but asking the developer to come up with a secondary plan with no entrances to Mill Bayou for not just the traffic, but the accident situation they're going to create, as well as the stormwater issues. Water's going to flow down, and it's going to flow on concrete, no matter what you do, no matter how many retention ponds you build. It's going to flow down the concrete. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else like? Yes, Mr. Walker. Please remember, we're trying to keep it at 3 minutes, sir.
Yes, I'll try
Thank you,
quickly.
sir.
I didn't swear in. I'm not giving testimony or anything like that.
But if he's speaking, he does need to swear in, right?
Yeah, during the public hearing. So, do you swear to the testimony you're going to give the
Okay.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
I
truth?
do.
Good deal.
Last time I did this, I was inducted in the United States Navy.
Gotcha.
Please. You gentlemen on a TPO. 1980, when I came here, they decided to widen 390. They promised it would be done in 20 years. They didn't tell me what century it was going to be done. It is not going to be done. Contrary to what you said, I contacted the state in Chipley. There's no plan to do it. They haven't even purchased the land to do that. So if you think 5 years with the promise that they were going to finish it in 20, no way. 23rd Street to 77 is not even being completed yet. That's not going to be done too, okay? What you've got, the Titus Road, going to dump in all that traffic on 390. You're not going to get 390 developed, I don't think, within the next 10 years, okay? So you're not going to get it at all. With all that traffic coming down there, I've said this before, these people have been screwed by the developers on the TND since day one. They have been. You're doing it again. I don't think you saying no to TPO got any attention. State owns it. They own it. And they're going to do what they want to do it, when they want to do it. You have developments on 389, which are going to dump into 390. You have developments in Lynn Haven, which are going to dump into 390. They think they're going to get out on 231. To get to 231, they're going to have to go up to 390. Next thing, last subject, this is, you get a lockdown in that school and nobody's going in and out of anywhere, period.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody else, yes, ma'am.
Leanne Thompson, Redfish Way. My only concern is the school. I think that Bay Haven is a great asset to Lynn Haven, and I think a lot of people move that way to go to Bay Haven and the other charter school. I think you need to protect it. I think you need to protect the children, and I'm concerned about the infrastructure, and I'm also concerned about EMS and them having access to people in the area when the road's overcrowded. I don't think that's been studied properly. I used to be a 911 dispatcher, and I know what it's like when you can't get EMS to people when they need it, and also to the school. If something was to happen at the school, you can't get to that school. So that concerns me. You got 231 that gets bogged down. You got transmitter that gets bogged down. 389's bogged down. And then 390. And what happens to those children if something happens at that school. You add the extra from Titus that's being built, that housing development, got the one on Cato, and then you add all the other. I'm just concerned it's not being looked at properly. So please just look at it better before you do anything. That's all I ask.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Scray?
Unfortunately, I didn't realize that we had to be sworn in earlier, so I need to reiterate things I talked about earlier. And
if you're reading comments from other
no,
people.
no, this is notes that
okay,
I've
okay,
made
just-
listening
I just
to
wanna make
people.
sure.
So they talked about the PM peak hours. The state has very specific guidelines that need to be followed. We're missing the AM peak hours. I wish that had been studied, or the developer could tell us what the impact of is that. School enrollment impacts. Do we have teaching staff to support such a development? I'm not even going to touch traffic impact. Everybody else did that. Additional city resource impacts she touched on. Do we have city resources, police, fire, EMS to support this? And also, there's over 600 acres between the new preserve and 390 that's owned by D&H Properties. How many houses and townhomes is that going to be? I mean, that's a lot. We need to really be focused on responsible growth. And I'm curious to know what the starting rent or sale price for an apartment and townhome would be in that. A lot of people during the election or campaigning talking about affordable housing, what's affordable and what are these houses going to start at. And finally, humans are one of the most selfish species on this planet, and we are completely ignoring one specific piece of this. What environmental impacts is this going to play? Dr. Seuss in the Lorax said, "I am the Lorax, I speak for the trees, for they have no tongue." So I'm here to speak for that. I want to know the environmental impacts this has. They're building right over a wetland. Somebody talked about the watershed. We lost, I don't even know how many trees. It was before my time, Michael was, but how many trees got torn down? And when you build a development, how many trees do you see in that development the day it's done that are mature trees? It's not a lot, if any at all. So I just want to speak on behalf of our natural resources and make sure that we're protecting those, because they are an asset and they're irreplaceable.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Jody Moore, 2129 Amherst Street. So until they build flying cars and I buy a boat, I have two ways to get out of my neighborhood, and that's 389 and 390. So if I want to leave my neighborhood in the morning, it's about to get a whole lot worse. So with all the new development coming up, I'm not against responsible development, but I see all the new houses, all the new apartments coming up. I think this issue today speaks to a larger issue for Lynn Haven. And I think that's what makes Lynn Haven a little different than Panama City, Callaway, Springfield. A lot of people want to come here and they want to move here, and that is what makes it different. And I think that's one reason I push for accessibility. And I hope the new commission that comes in really wants to focus on that. And that's one thing I've heard back from some of the people, and I hope that they follow through with that. We need more input from the citizens. People need to pay attention. I know there are people who, just found out about this issue maybe a couple of days ago and said, "Oh my gosh, I can't go to the meeting. I wish I could." And, they can't get off work and so forth. Maybe that's not a whole lot of people, but it's important to them. So I think Lynn Haven really needs to look at the larger issue of development, because there's two things. There's traffic, that's a huge problem already, and then there's the water issue. So, we always hear about stormwater. So what's going to happen when you tear down all the trees and then you build pavement and buildings, and then all of that, there has to be, the water runoff, and then we have so much water all around us anyway, okay? So, my sister lives in Mowat Highlands, and you know what? She has a little creek that runs by her house, and you know what? People that live in Mowat Highlands, to me, I'm not an engineer, but I think they better start buying some flood insurance, because with all the housing that's going up, it's probably going to start to flood back there. Some of the folks that they're, in the housing that they're already having flooding, and then you're talking about building all these things. One thing I would like the commission to focus on, back when Mayor Kelly was mayor, he decreased the lot size that you could build a house on. Maybe the new commission coming in, maybe we should increase that back to make the lot sizes bigger, so you can't build houses on a smaller piece of property. Maybe we need to look at that. And maybe we need to change some of the regulations to change the apartment size that you can build. Like, look at what happened in Panama City Beach. I hate going out there. Oh my gosh, for my job, and when I have to travel out there, I can't stand it. It's Condo Canyon. They ruined Panama City Beach. Sorry, Panama City Beach, if you're listening. I just think they ruined it. People in Lynn Haven need to think about what they want for their city, what kind of city they really want going forward, and they need to have the opportunity to have that input. And correct me if I'm wrong, but there's an agenda item that's coming up regarding giving tax breaks to new and existing businesses that create jobs. And if that applies to the builders and new businesses, think about voting yes on that, because if you do that, that gives a tax incentive to people coming here to build more. So think about voting yes on that. It sounds good, but think about what you're really doing.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ashley Sowell, 110 Sawgrass Way. I'm in the Mill Bayou area as well. I pulled up some studies on the FDOT, and unless I looked at something old, because I'm not really good at that stuff, it shows that Cato 390 and Mill Bayou is failing in the morning. It shows that transmitter in 390 is failing in the morning. Titus Park is going to have 1,000+ homes according to St. Joe. And then the apartment complex is almost 500. Then you've got more houses on Cato. The road's not going to be expanded. I used to live in Southport, and I would commute to the school coming down 2321, have to get on 231, which is not a light, to merge onto 390. The Titus Park expansion is going to cause a lot of problem because people are going to use that to bypass 231 to go through a tiny little neighborhood with a school. And that can get us trapped in there if it does back up. The school already does back up in the morning to our neighborhood sometimes. And right now that's just with us living there. I walk to school with my children, which concerns me. I have 2 autistic children that have sensory issues, and this is why I moved to that neighborhood, because they don't do well with a lot of car rides. They don't do well with a lot of noise. That will change. And also, as a healthcare provider, I can see the problem getting help in if someone needs help. One of my children has a severe shellfish allergy. Say he gets in contact with shellfish. He can't get out of the neighborhood. We only have so long to get to the ER to save his life, for instance. We got a lot of snakes. Child gets bit by a snake, can't get out of the neighborhood. What happens then? I think this project is great for housing. It is not affordable housing. We need affordable housing. There are apartments everywhere in town that have availability, but they're too expensive for people to afford. My mortgage is going to be cheaper than the rent at these apartments. This is a mega apartment complex. We don't need that right now. I propose to hold off on this plan until there is a road solution. The Titus expansion is not a solution. There's nobody going to Southport unless you work at Bucks. Nobody's going to go that way. Everybody's going into town to work. That's not a solution. That's not going to help, and that's not going to fix 390. That's not going to fix Mill Bayou. Just think about the students. It only takes a car going 32 miles an hour to cause, I think, 25% fatality rate. I used to work in the ICU with trauma, and I've taken care of those patients. It's not pretty. And it's going to take a child getting hit by a car for somebody to do something, and that's where I feel like it's going to come to. And guess who's going to get sued? The state or the city and the school. And it's not the school's job. The school does a great job already. So that's what I wanted to add, unless I forgot something. No. Oh, yeah, please look at the AM traffic, please, because that's the big problem, not the PM. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else have any comments they'd like to make? Mr. Dick?
I wasn't going to, but I'm going to touch on something that nobody's talked about, or very little. Brian Dick, 3217 Country Club Drive. The building, young lady mentioned affordable housing. That's days long gone. There is no more affordable housing. Lumber cost itself since Hurricane Michael's went up 170%. There is no relief on that coming anytime soon. The more pervious area you put concrete on, the more issues you're going to have with flooding. My opinion would be to table this. I had a conversation with a commissioner recently. I just think that they need to table this. A new plan needs to be drawn out. Look at traffic studies, look at stormwater studies, look at rainfall studies. Think back to how many kids, unfortunately, we have lost 77 in Mosley Drive. You're going to, and I wouldn't want to be, I'm running for commissioner. I wouldn't want to be on this commission voting on this right now and then have to live with the idea that I voted and it got a kid killed. It's going to be bad. It is. We all know that. I just think it needs to be reworked, relooked at. You also have to take into consideration property value. You're putting these, apartment complexes right up against, some houses. I don't believe apartment complexes appreciate value on a single family home. I could be wrong, but I don't remember that ever happening. And I know that I've spoken to a lot of people that live in Mill Bayou, and they have issues with their homes already because of how they were constructed. Now you're going to go and put some apartment complexes in there, and it's going to harm them even more. I know you guys are going to do what you feel is right. I look forward to hearing it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else want to make a comment? Hearing
I think the
none.
applicant or their representative might be here.
He is here, but he's had plenty of time to come up and speak if he'd like to. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry.
I've been sitting out there.
Sorry about that, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
Jim Slonina, Panhandle Engineering, 600 Ohio Avenue, Lynn Haven. I'm representing the applicant. There's a lot of subject matter out here, and it's hard doing the Corpiconia when I'm here for a specific purpose. I think the Planning Commission had that same feeling when they made the motion to approve and then included the recommendation to contact other traffic generators and other entities that swirl up some of the traffic sometimes. All that being said, my sworn testimony is in regard to the development order application being proposed. The 57-acre parcel was part of a annexation and land use change in 2010 that authorized up to 2,000 residential units. Since then, this past year, we broke away the 57 units and made them mixed use. The apartments were allowed to have 20 units an acre in TND. Mixed use is 10. As you've heard from testimony from the city planner, we're substantially below 1 per 10. A lot of the subject matter that's brought up here has been discussed during the large-scale plan amendment phase. Level of service, school, transportation, stormwater, environment, water, sewer, all of those aspects of infrastructure were discussed, submitted, and actually even, because it was a large scale greater than 10 acres, submitted to the state for all of their agencies, DOT, DEP, and all to look at them. And they had a finding of no deviation, the adequate level of service, and that's when level of service is initially done on a land use change for the property. Once the state came back with their no objections, the adoption hearing occurred, and I think that was in October of 2020. We moved forward. We're starting to build plans consistent with some of the comments and promises that the developer, Gordon Thames, had made to some of the residents here about not building Section 8 apartments, but building a quality apartment that would afford their property values to be improved. He acquired the property to include what looks like a lake out there. The state of Florida deemed that it was not sovereign, so he acquired that property also to preserve the lake and its benefits. He is still developing a gated market rate apartment complex, just like the elevation photos you see with the masonry construction. I hear the word townhouse in some of the subject matter, and that's because he has a diversity of models. He has a 10-unit, call it a big house, 10-unit, 2-story, which looks like a nice, beautiful townhouse, but they're apartment units. They've got double garages, things like this. The other one are garden style, which are the 3-story exterior parks that you see in more traditional. That mix of price points and need. All utilities are underground, water, sewer, electric, everything's underground on the property. It has a robust landscaping package that far exceeds the city's requirements, substantial. Since this property, both the south area, the ball fields for the Bay Haven, as well as the north area, were all part of a 1950s and 60s borrowing operation. Clay pit, sand mine. That whole place was stripped 30 feet. The property immediately, on the northern one, the property immediately east of us is 15 feet higher. I wonder how that happened. This was a borrow pit. So it's not like there's a lot of pristine trees out here. This is a recovery of an old clay pit in front and a sand mine in the back. But regardless, as you see from some of other arbor properties, a robust landscaping and well-maintained is part of the lifestyle and the quality of life that the people that live in apartment complexes nowadays. It's not the apartment complex when I was first job out of college. That was a lot more fun, probably. But this is these are quality. These are alternates to the single family, and somewhat maybe a midpoint between that and the condominium, where you have a nice place to live. You've got community, things to do, and you don't have to mow the yard. Talking about stormwater. This area is totally contained, and all the stormwater that's generated on this project goes into multiple dry and wet detention basins that outfall to the lake, the privately owned lake. None of it discharges to the road or anywhere else, to DOT or none. We also exceeded the city's requirements. It's a 100-year stormwater event is what we used. The city's standard is a 25. As part of an obligation to the TND 10 years ago, the water was supposed to be cleaned to outstanding Florida water standards. 150% pollutant abatement of standard. Doesn't apply to this mixed-use project, but since we were in the TND, we did a 100-year event and 150% stormwater quality. Access. Good planning always is that we're dealing with multiple access points on larger projects, whether it's subdivisions, apartments, or anything. The activities associated within an apartment complex is the two unique parts, I guess, or three unique parts. Just one, you have a focal point for the clubhouse, the amenities, the pool, things like that. But then the other two, which are very important, is your mail kiosk, which is coming in, and your trash drop-off in the compactor, which is going out. So when we design these, it's not just like we draw some ins and outs. There's a flow pattern that's necessary for that. In addition, we have 4 connections to this project. 2 to Mill Bayou Boulevard, 1 to the proposed Ming Branch Boulevard, the county's road, and we, in unison with the city and the county, have planned an access connection and have a preliminary approval of the access connection, since they haven't fully designed the road, to tie into our plans. DOT has already issued the notice of intent, found our DOT, which is a primary entrance up on DOT, not a secondary. That's where our office and our clubhouse and everything is, right on the DOT frontage. And we do have an access out. It's shared with the athletic field's access out, so it's not a new driveway. It's the same one. We have sidewalk going down so the kids that are in the apartment complex can go to school. And we've received other permits, received DOT access on 390. We have received approval from the Water Management District both on wetland impacts and stormwater management. We have received a Bay County access approval for Ming Branch Boulevard. And we've received FDEP water distribution and sanitary collection permits. We are ready to continue to move forward with this $40 million investment, having complied with all of the requirements that the city has. And I can speak, I'm sure, on behalf of Gordon, that we as a owner, resident of this development want to be part of the communication and part of the solution. Because there's many times more development directly associated with this property and that single road until such time that it actually connects to Deer Point. That's the intent. And for those that the audience didn't know, Deer Point Elementary, they have first right of refusal to go there. Anybody in that development that wants to can go there. There's no lottery for that one. Either case, I'm here to put in the record that we have met all the requirements for the land use. We've responded. We've built what we said we were going to build, and we've met all the level of services and all the requirements that are in the city code. And I appreciate some consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have any questions?
Commissioner, have any questions?
I have a question that probably reflects the concerns of the citizen. Is there a way of doing this without putting any traffic on Mill Bayou Road?
No. I mean, part of the property, the northern part is totally isolated. And it's part of, I mean, it's a public road. So the answer, though, is we've diversified it. We've put in two of our four are on different roadway systems to allow that traffic to go in other directions or come in other directions. The 390 entrance, we're anticipating 90% of the traffic's going to be in. And not because it doesn't make a lot of sense to go and come in from down below. And a few people may, you know, the ones that maybe come in from Ming Branch or something. But no, I mean, the answer is no, there really isn't. And you want at least two driveway connections, and you want them somewhat dispersed. You don't want them put them next to each other. Thank you.
All right. If there's no more comments or questions, what is the purview of the commission? Or is there any?
If I may make a motion?
Oh, you may do anything you like, ma'am.
I would like to make a motion that we not accept this proposal as it is. I think there needs to be a few more studies and have it looked at before we revisit it. That would be my motion.
Thank you, ma'am. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion, only in the fact that we have not had the meeting with our city manager and the DOT and the county, and this meeting reflects a concern. The only second to the motion would be that we have that meeting and discuss an outcome for something that would satisfy what everyone needs.
Table it. Okay.
Table it.
I don't think you can amend her motion. She makes a motion, you can either second it or not second it.
Well, I agree with you that we should have that meeting and speak to those folks. But then I also believe, before this is voted on again, that we need to bring this information that we learn at that meeting back to the residents and have another workshop or whatever it takes to make sure everybody's educated before we make another decision.
So what I'm hearing, if I may, is that y'all would like to table this pending the meeting with the city and pending having a workshop to explain everything to the residents.
Right, so everybody's educated on it.
Is that the
That
motion?
would be my motion, yes.
To table, not to say no, but to table.
Right, oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it needs to be reworked, but yes, I'll table it. I'll say, let's table it until we have that meeting, then have another workshop for the residents, and then vote on it again at that point.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so for clarification, we have a motion to table this agenda item until after the meeting with the state and the county, and we will have a workshop for the citizens to allow the developer to explain and for the city to explain their concerns. And then it'll be added to the next agenda item after that, or next agenda after that for back on for vote.
When is the meeting? Yeah.
Well, we wouldn't know because it would depend on when we could schedule the workshop.
Oh, I'm talking about the meeting that we're supposed to have with the
county.
When
We
is
have not
that?
set it up yet.
Oh, there isn't one set, so.
Okay, so,
Okay, yeah.
so we have
So
a
down the
motion and a
road.
second. Is there any discussion with the commission? Hearing none, is any discussion with the public? Yes, sir, Mr. Slanina.
I think we're kicking the can down the road. There's way, unless we're talking a 2-week, 3-week period, there's, as we heard from many people, there's a lot of dynamics going on, development, Grants Mill and this and that, and there'll be many more to happen. I think we need to segregate this project, which has faithfully met all the obligations that were made and fully complies with the county's code and therefore is entitled to use mixed use in this approved fashion. I have no problem trying to figure out greater goodness for the traffic situation, but I think we'll be here in 5 years for the same thing, especially when we don't even have a schedule. I mean, we want to be part of that solution. But as far if you've studied the plans, there's really not a lot can be modified, and unless you want to take the access connection off of the new county road and put them both on Mill Bayou. I mean, the city requires 2 connections of a larger development, and we've dispersed it. We've done everything we possibly can to be held indefinite hold. So I'm asking that you separate these 2 things, and I fully support trying to look at the bigger picture on traffic, but I don't see that it's I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel as far as when that could happen.
Thank you, sir.
I got one more back there.
Mr. Richard. Hold on just a second, Mr. Thames.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that, well, 2 things really. The first is that the county has a response regarding this project that they are not interested in being part of the solution. They see it as a city's responsibility. When 390 was county, they had an interest then. But because it's not county anymore, they don't have an interest about 390. They're more concerned about what they can get put on there. And they have no interest at all about what's internal. So the boulevard.
So what's going to happen when we tell the county you can't connect to our city road in Mill Bayou then? They'll either cooperate with us or there'll be problems.
They may not be concerned about connecting to our road in Mill Bayou because that helps us more than it helps them. I'm just saying. The state right now, the state aren't concerned either because the state has no problem with this project. So I agree that we should have a meeting with them, but again, actually, as Mr. Slanina said, that I don't really think that it's going to get us anywhere regarding this project. But what I do think is that we should be meeting with them, and I also think that we should put money in our budget, in our future budget, so that we can contract with a transportation planner to look at Lynn Haven as a whole as more development is coming into Lynn Haven and try and figure out some fixes generally. But that, again, is looking at like the future. And I'm saying, you know, I mean, it's not up to me, you're making the decision, but I just don't want everybody hanging their hats on the hope that meeting with the county and the state is going to bring a solution, because the county's more interested in themselves and the state are totally fine with this project.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Thames, hold on just a second. I think she beat you. This young lady here beat you with her hand up. But I promise you you're next, sir.
Thank you once again, Lori Ubowski, 108 Shoreview Drive. I appreciate the efforts to do something right now to listen to us today. I am trying to be compassionate about, you know, this is their living. This is a lot of money invested. That's good for our city. But I find it hard to be understanding of Jim's request to just move on, because there was plenty of time to educate us and involve us as citizens and residents, and surprise, we're not happy. Like, I'm sorry, but it's gonna take a little more time. I think the time is important. I think that it was a disservice not to involve us before and to get really the feedback on the impact it will have on the people who are living their everyday lives in this space. So while I am for the good things, I just ask that you would consider that could have been done before. So now we wait and we do it right. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry, Mr. Thames was next, ma'am. It is Thames, right?
It is.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning. This is not the first time I've appeared before y'all, and I appreciate all the courtesy y'all have shown, and we have invested substantial amounts in Lynn Haven, both before, during, and after Hurricane Michael. I don't have to tell anybody about when you make a business commitment, there are financial things involved, but we have been through your entire process. You know, several times in meetings, you went through a land use meeting, which took public input, and now we find ourselves at a point where a lot of the input that really is more properly taken there is brought back up again. And what I'd like you to consider is the amount is substantial involved. The business commitments are in place based on going through the process, and at least what I was told, common sense, and maybe the city attorney could address it, is that today's hearing was really one on not a land use question, but whether we comply with your code. And sitting in the back of the room, I've not heard any credible testimony. I've heard a lot of emotional testimony. I've heard a lot of, you know, which is I'm sensitive to. I mean, we're all going to be neighbors and in the same boat. I mean, don't think that people that rent from us don't have the exact same issues.
Make sure you
okay.
got, ma'am.
Okay, well, she was interjecting.
I know, and
I was trying to be courteous.
And I've stopped her with that, but please
okay,
keep
my
your comments to
apologies.
us.
Don't think that our customers and our base don't have the exact same human problems and concerns, and long term on the traffic situation, it certainly impacts what we're doing. What I'm really addressing is that under our system and laws, and early on when we started the meeting, you said when you come here you're heard, but when you go all the way through the process and you have a financial reliance on that, I think there's a certain, my apologies, that needs to be taken into consideration. I mean, our city is growing and there's progress, but you can't really fairly bushwhack business at the last minute. And if my description of this hearing was not right, I know you asked him a question, but I mean, that was my understanding of today's hearing, is one more about compliance with your code. And am I incorrect on that?
No, I mean, yeah, that's right. I mean, it's a development order application, so we look to see if they've complied with the land use regulations.
Okay.
It's not a land use issue or rezoning issue. That's already been done. So
I mean, if I'm out of compliance with the code, I'm here and perfectly willing to listen. And we work with Jim to try to correct it. But I think where any of y'all standing where I'm standing and saying, okay, as a reasonable businessman trying to have and succeeding at having good long-term business in Lynn Haven. I mean, we first started down at Eagles Landing years ago, 25 years ago. So I'd like y'all to take that into consideration, because I think as a city that's growing, we need to also be mature about if we've complied with the code. What else? I mean, we're putting additional things on top of that, but none of that's part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. I know we're letting people have more than one comment, but I think this is an important issue. So
I'll try to be as fast as I can. I'm Susan Long at 138 North Shoreview Drive. I'd like to make 2 comments. First, the reason we're here is because, I lost sound.
We hear you.
Okay. As Mr. Tame said, this was rezoned at the state level. Now, the citizens that were at that original meeting when we discussed the zoning signed a piece of paper that Ms. Richards handed out to be informed when the state meeting on the zoning change was held. We were all promised we would be informed. None of us were. Okay? So we were not allowed to go to the state and give input. We were prevented from that. So we are here revisiting again because of that situation. We could have prevented it at the state level if they had had all the information that we had to share. Secondly, we are sworn here today to tell the truth. All right, this meeting we were sworn in.
Sure.
Some of the information that Mr. Slonina gave was not true. For example, the one fact I know is not true is he said the athletic fields are already using the exit they plan. That is not true. So I think we need a fact-finding meeting. I agree with Ms. Tinder's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ashley Sowell, 110 Sawgrass Way. Can I ask y'all a question? If something is legal, does it make it right? Does following a code make something right? Mr. Slonina said, oh, we have kids that can live in this apartment complex that can walk to the school. Well, guess what? They've got to cross Mill Bayou. Who's going to help them cross the road? It's already an issue right now. The high school students, they park, a lot of them park at the ball field, I think. They have to cross the road as well. So that's going to be a lot of extra kids crossing the road. I believe that children and families have a right to have a safe way to walk to school. So really this needs to be looked at for longer or more because of that, not just because he invested a lot of money. He's got a lot of money. He spent a lot of money in the city. I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of money. I did grow up here. I've been here for 31 years of my life, my entire life. I think we have rights too. Right to protect our children, for a safe way for our children to get to school, and a safe way for people to be able to drive in and out of that school. And I don't want to see a death happen because some man invested a lot of money into a city and thinks his project, just because it's legal on paper, is a good idea. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any other?
Yeah, I think I need to take the defamation out of this. The property, the school board, the Bay Haven, has a recorded access easement at this location. We're joint. It was in a development order that you all approved the access connection.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Richard?
I just wanted to clarify something. When the large-scale plan amendment was sent to the state doesn't have a meeting with us. There was no meeting to inform anybody about. They don't have a meeting. What they do is they review it to see whether, well, and that's all the state agencies. So, you know, as was mentioned earlier, it's FDOT, DEP, Department of Economic Opportunity, Northwest Florida Water Management District. They all look at it. If they have any opposition to it, any questions, then they will get back to us. They won't allow us to approve it if they have any issues with it. So we wait while they review it, and then they notified us to tell us they didn't have any issues with it and that the board can go ahead and adopt it if they want to. We then had 2 readings of an ordinance. A public hearing was one of those. It was public noticed. People came to that meeting. And I recall, because there was some concern about what then might happen, I did tell people that when the development order came back, when the developer came back wanting to construct something, I would inform them of that meeting. And I did do that. I contacted Miss Hutchins, I believe it was. I emailed her, and she said that she had told the Homeowners Association board. It was around the time that the big sign was put up there that we had complaints about. So I just wanted to clarify the state did not have a meeting. And then after it was approved, after the commission approved the second reading of the ordinance and approved the land use change, it then got sent back to the state, whereby if it's not challenged within 30 days, it becomes effective. So that didn't become effective until 31 days after your approval. I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, there is a motion and a second before this commission. If there's no more comments, yes, sir.
I'd just like to make sure that, from what I've just heard in the last little round here, we want to expedite the vote again. I mean, we want to try to get the meeting and get it done before. I mean, I'm okay with this being an agenda item on the next meeting and a workshop before the meeting, if we can do everything we need to do, so we satisfy both ends. So I don't want to leave here today not hearing what these people say, and I don't think we're kicking the can down the road, but I want to expedite the process on getting it back in front of us. So I don't want, so
let me just
those are my
clarify. I think we
sentiments.
use the word table. I think really what you're asking is that we really temporarily adjourn. You know, the public hearing is still open. All this testimony is going to count. We don't have to have a whole nother round of the same thing, but you want to adjourn this public hearing until you either have a meeting with the county or the state, whoever it is. And it may be as simple as we have nothing to talk about, and then we'll come back here in 2 weeks and
But
put
the
that
mo-
back
the-
on,
the
reopen
motion-
the public hearing and.
Okay, but the
and
motion
take-
did state that we would have a workshop.
Yeah, and that's, okay.
Yeah.
That's fine too.
Yeah, the motion stated that we would.
Yeah, and you can do that, separately, and I think what comes out of that workshop can be reopen the public hearing at a commission meeting, and that can
Okay.
be presented by staff or whoever is at the workshop.
Okay, so do I need the
I
motion
didn't,
amended to state that, or are we?
No,
good
I
with
just
moving
wanted
forward?
to clarify, you're not really tabling this item, you're, adjourning the public hearing to a
Okay.
future date after you can.
I'd encourage everybody who emailed me who has a good hard feeling about this with the city to also do the same thing to the DOT and the county
Press 'em.
and your state representative, just to make sure that our voices are heard.
And to give the city some leverage.
Yep. So.
Yes, for sure.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could speak to it real quick,
Sure.
as
Yes, sir.
just my thoughts, I'm just speaking out loud here. I understand both parties. I really do. I think fair-minded people would understand your plight wholeheartedly, so please understand that. Also understand the developer's plight. It's a lot of money, like you guys have said, a lot of money he put in. He followed every rule that we put before him for the last year. Those rules and that bureaucracy with the state and everything is there for a reason. Raw materials, you alluded to that, are going up weekly. Steel, aluminum, wood. It's hard to find a lot of raw materials right now for development or manufacturing of any type. That being said, and again, I'm speaking out loud here, I'm not showing my cards or my hand, but just for something for all of us to think about is, what if the studies come back and it still backs the developer, like the state's studies did? What if in 2 weeks we come back and it's just like this meeting again at the workshop where we're going in circles on things without a solution? I don't necessarily think it's right to keep a developer from developing on his property, but I don't think it's right to run over citizens either. So we have to find a balance. But I want everyone, again, just to keep in mind, what if the balance is what it is? You know what I mean? And that's something that we need to chew on. What if it does work out that at the end of the day with the studies and with the developments, regardless of how we feel, if the numbers come back in favor of the developer and we vote on that, that's a hard situation, and I know that's why we're up here at this table, to make those decisions. But I'm just, again, I'm letting you know what I'm thinking right now is all I'm doing. So I'm not for delaying this man for a long, long, long time. That's not right at all, in my opinion. But it's also not right to just not let you have a voice either. So let's do the workshop. I'm fine with that, as long as it's an expedient process. And as long as, at the end of the day, the numbers and the studies and the law prevails. I could be wrong here. I'm not a lawyer. Our lawyer can speak to that. But I believe if the city just flat out said you can't develop, he could probably bring a lawsuit and say I followed all of the requirements of the city. And then we're in a legal battle, spending money. So keep those things in your mind when we come back to the workshop. If we can come up with a solution, hey, let's do it. Let's do it. Even outside the box things. What about carpool lots that the city public maybe could build in which people park and get in vans and so we decongest. And again, that's not something, that's just kind of an off the cuff thought that we can think outside the box. But that's all I got, Mayor. You guys know where I stand now. So
Yes,
as far
sir.
as my thoughts.
Yes, sir, Mr. Perno, I see you leaning forward.
Yeah, well, I know when the DOT is challenged with the conundrum, like the flyover on 98, when the city of Panama City came to them, they met again, and DOT and the city and they both had visions, and they came to a compromise, and they created a new aspect to the flyover that helped. But it wasn't until the voices were heard, So,
Sure.
I mean, I know everything's being done to the T on one side, but we have an effort from citizens that I wouldn't turn my back on, for anything. So, well, let's take it to the next meeting and hopefully get these other entities involved and find a solution that we can have both live with going forward. So.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I think doing what we're doing makes good sense. Let's, the term kick it down the road or whatever it was. I think the new commission's coming on board in a week or two. Let's get some fresh eyes and see what they think. I think it's very important to do the right thing. But I'm definitely for what we're talking about doing, and making it reasonably soon so we're not killing the developer, but at the same time letting these people, and I know you hate to hear this. I know you're going to hate to hear this, and I'm probably way out of line. But for this workshop, I think it should be held at 5 o'clock.
This is fine. That's fine.
I
Okay
mean,
with that.
just a one-time test,
Yes, ma'am.
but make
Yes,
it
sir.
accessible for everyone.
Okay, so prior to I calling the vote, I do want to make one comment. Y'all know I'm a pro-growth, pro-development guy. Always have been and always will be. Saying that, there has to be a compromise, without a doubt. So in addition to the motion, I'm going to ask the city manager to have the city engineer look for ways for us to improve that intersection. Obviously we've got $302,000 worth of impact fees that Mr. Thames and his development's going to be paying for the mobility. So if there's any way we can improve that intersection using that money, I would like our engineers to look at that and see if there's a way we can help the whole situation, help Mr. Thames and help the citizens. That being said, we've exhausted about 2 hours on this issue, so we're going to call the question. City manager, would you please call the question?
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem, real quick, she said 5 a.m., right, Ms. Tender?
Yeah, right, yes. Because I love getting up early.
Yes, ma'am. Would you please call the question?
Commissioner Tender,
Yes.
Commissioner Perno,
Yes.
Commissioner Aldridge,
Yes.
She forgot your name.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell, I did.
Yes. So that motion carries. Mr. Thames, I promise you, we want this to work. I'm hoping we can get this straightened out and get things moving ahead, and hopefully in 2 weeks we can have a solution that'll help everybody be happy with it. So I apologize, and I know.
I know.
Yes, sir.
I understand.
Yes, sir.
I understand.
Yes, sir. And I want to thank you all for coming out. I mean, this is what city government's all about. I mean, y'all have got to voice your opinions, and if y'all don't, then we don't know how y'all feel. So thank you. And for that, I'm going to give us about a 5-minute break since we've been here for over 2 hours. So if anybody needs to go to the bathroom, or if anybody wants to leave and not stick around for the rest of the meeting, feel free to do so.
Good call.
Yeah, so, well, they would appeal. So what the city does is they
Oh, I'm actually missing my city manager though. She fall in? I knew she went to the bathroom. She fall in?
Yes. Ma'am, thank you for your work with the people, though. Good. That's a call. It's a call.
There you go. Thank you.
That's my alarm. I'm supposed to be at the children's child abuse luncheon. I won't be there.
No, not in this meeting. You won't. We're only on Quince. Come on. Let's 26.
Yeah, man, I got you covered.
Hey, listen, I'm with that thing on it. With that thing on his belt, I'm not going to tell him against it.
Well, it
there.
could be like Drew Whitman. Just move right over from police.
I thought you said he looked like Drew.
No,
I'm
it
like,
could be
no,
like him.
he doesn't look like Drew.
See, it could be like Drew. Just trade the badge for the mayor. For the mayor, like Drew Whitman
City
on the
manager.
beach.
City manager.
Or city manager. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No. That's load, isn't it? I'm tired now.
Okay, so we're going to wait another minute for our city manager to
And Pat.
reappear. There she comes. Oh, shit, she go to the bathroom. Yeah, I can't believe you know what those things are.
I had them when I was young.
Yeah, me too.
You ain't that much older than me.
You know that thing's on, right?
Oh, I know. It's a joke. They still sell those on the beach.
Do they? Oh, that's crazy. Okay, if we can, let's get back to order and let's see what we can do to knock out the rest of this agenda. Item number 15, discussion and possible approval of development order application for the city of Lynn Haven City Hall and Police Station for parcels number 09617-000-000 and 09621-
Aren't we on number 16?
15.
15.
Oh, 15,
Yes, sir.
sorry. I'm sorry.
09621-000-000 and 09622-000-000. And this is again a quasi judicial hearing, so anybody that's going to be having testimony needs to raise their hand. And
Joe.
Mr. Obos?
Okay. Do you
Raise
swear
your
to affirm the testimony gives the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And
Thank you.
any ex parte, this is a city application, so there's probably not any ex parte communications, but.
Ex parte would be anybody outside the city, right?
Right.
Yep, so I've,
None.
None.
and none. Ms. Richard, please.
Thank you. This is a development order approval application from the City of Lynn Haven. The request is approval to construct a city hall and police station on parcel numbers 09617-000-000, 09611-010-000, 09616-000-000, 09621-000-000, and 09622-000-000. The city is requesting development order approval to construct a new city hall and police station on the property that used to hold the police station and chambers prior to their destruction by Hurricane Michael in 2018. This application is for approval to construct the building and the reconstruction of supporting roadway, stormwater facilities, additional parking, amenities, and utilities. The stormwater system for the project will consist of one on-site wet retention stormwater facility, as well as 2 swell treatments to provide treatment and attenuation per local and state regulations. The site plans had been reviewed the first time. So we review the plans. We suggest recommendations. Well, we don't. We send them out, the engineered plans for review. The TRC committee look at our own sections. We always send out the stormwater for review. This time it was sent out to Panhandle Engineering, seeing as how Dewberry submitted the plans. There were a few little tweaks that had to be made, and we anticipated at the time of doing the car, and we took it to the planning board already, and they recommended approval, that those little minor tweaks would have been made and would have been resubmitted to us. However, we did not receive those little minor tweaks until Thursday of last week, Friday. We sent them to Panhandle Engineering, but Doug Crook has not had the opportunity to complete the review yet, even though there are just a few little things. So we had recommended approval, but I wanted to bring to your attention that there are still a couple of little things, like they're basically like parking and that kind of thing, moving some parking places and things that haven't yet been thoroughly reviewed. And I think Joe also has something he wants to say regarding that. So, you know, before we vote, you'll hear him in a moment. So I do recommend approval. However, I want you to know that there's some little minor tweaks still outstanding.
So maybe approval pending reviews.
Yeah, I had put staff recommends approval. I added this because you didn't see this. Contingent upon the minor amendments to the site plans being approved by the reviewing engineers.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Sorcy?
Yes, thank you. And we appreciate, Mrs. Richard, the comments and where we are in the process. We also have a little tweak that we would like to make. The dumpster enclosure where it currently was located originally in the submittal, after doing the auto turn program, we'd like to maybe move that to another location that we will submit for approval. And in that process, we actually gain a parking space. So there's room to make all these little tweaks. We'll get everything satisfied and resubmitted. I don't expect anything substantial.
Thank you, sir. The commission have any questions for Ms. Richard or Mr. Sorcy? No? So what is the...
So motion to approve pending the, what is it, the study of the engineering reports that are presented to us?
Okay.
Yeah, I would say...
How should I word that, Amanda?
Sorry. Well, I'm not sure that this is brilliant, but the attorney can correct me if not. I would say contingent upon the minor amendments outstanding on the site plans to be being approved by the reviewing engineer.
You good with that?
Yes.
All right,
So
so
we
we
will
have a motion.
amend to that
Does that
verbiage.
mean that doesn't have to come back before us then, right?
Yes.
Do we have a list of what they are? I mean, the actual things, so we know what we're talking about?
I don't have a list with me.
Yeah, let me see. You know what, I don't think I have them on me now. I found out this morning that they were told this morning that it wasn't going to be ready. You don't have a list, Joe?
I don't, and Chris doesn't either. So.
They were, it was a little bit of landscaping. It was, a little bit of landscaping. I was concerned that there may not be enough parking spaces, and so some more parking spaces were found. Where is he? Right. They were actually, to be honest with you, thinking about it now, they were things that they really didn't need to review, because when we sent the task order to them, it was for them to review the stormwater. But what they did was they reviewed the stormwater, but then they also reviewed some things that were not in their purview. But Joe said he thought that they were kind of quite good ideas anyway. So he said, we'll go ahead and make those tweaks. Like some of them were at the crosswalk, doing something at the crosswalk, a sidewalk thing, changing a parking space from one area where, well, we actually changed it from a car parking space to a motorcycle parking space. Is it coming back to you now? That kind of thing, little tweaky things, nothing stormwater.
No
Right.
structural changes to, no
No.
size changes to the building, no stormwater changes,
No.
all injury.
No.
Housekeeping stuff.
Okay.
And as was pointed out, there were a couple of really good ideas, like taking the parallel parking instead of trying to put the handicap parking right there in a parallel situation. Go ahead and locate all those into the parking lot area, and then have a crosswalk. And so we've incorporated all those ideas, and I think it's a better plan. You know, there wasn't anything on there that we objected to.
Okay.
The biggest thing that we couldn't really, I don't feel, fully address was we're out of property. I mean, it would be great to have more parking, but we're just out of property. There's nowhere to put. So having the temporary lot where the library is will help during construction, and then we'll have those parallel parking remaining on 9th Street afterwards, so.
How, may I ask, first of all, I have to say, the last time I saw you and we talked about plans, you said we were 60% done, and I was under the impression we were going to have another thing where you were 100% done, so we could discuss and see the plans and all of that. So with that said, let me ask this. How many total parking places did you come up with at the end?
I don't know that number right off.
There were like
the
40
cuff.
something the last I heard.
48 or so.
48 or
Yeah.
Will we be going over all this again before?
There's 24 in the, like, for the police department private, right? Secured. Yeah, secured. And then there was supposed to be an additional 48, I think it was.
It's 48 or 46, I'm not sure how many. And then there's some parallel parking, and then there's overflow parking,
Across.
unpaved, on Pennsylvania for special events, that type of thing. And then there's parallel parking on 9th Street. So, but there is no more property, so.
So these are mostly housekeeping. You know, you're cleaning it up a little bit. It's nothing major structurally, like Mayor Pro Tem said. Y'all looked at some plans, said this looks better to have handicap parking over here as opposed to over here. So
Well,
we
I
made
think
these
it works better. I think it's
Right.
safer to.
My
to
point
put
is, it's
them in
not
the
changing
lot.
the overall plan or the
Correct.
budget or anything else. It's just some housekeeping items that we're
Correct.
changing around. So
And actually, most of those, I think, are already in the plans.
yeah.
So, the only additional item that we wanted to bring up was moving the dumpster so that from a turning radius of the truck itself,
Right.
it was an easy operation.
Sure, makes sense.
So,
Miss Amanda read that there's one on-site wet retention stormwater facility. That's Pennsylvania and 9th, right across the street from Catty Corner from here.
It's
Is that the retention pond you're talking about? Okay. Now, and then isn't there going to be the widening of the pond up front on 77? Isn't that retention also?
yes.
So there'll be
But-
two actually, right?
Well, but the one by the park side, where the library is, that's not really being used for stormwater. And I mean, it does collect water, but it's not permitted as part of the pretreatment process. And the reason is that whole pond that you have there doesn't really comply for stormwater management, and it dumps directly into the main trunk. Everything that we're doing on our site,
Even after you expand it?
even after we expand it, it's more of an aesthetic and more of a barrier. It does hold water, but for our calculations of what's required for stormwater, it's all in the pond on the east side of Pennsylvania.
So you've got everything flowing to that pond.
Everything from,
Yeah,
So
right, everything from the alley, where the alley was, east, is all being directed and pre-treated in the new pond.
Does it need to be expanded if you can put parking spaces there?
Yes, and
Does
the
need to be
reason is because your existing pond on Ohio doesn't have the proper pre-treatment and attenuation and capability to actually count as stormwater.
I just feel like that's an opportunity. And where the retention pond is there room for parking in front of that?
Yes, so there along on
Pennsylvania?
on Pennsylvania, there would be overflow parking along there. We do not have in our budget or our current plans to pave any additional parking along there at this point.
Thank you, sir. And I need some clarification. We've had a motion and we haven't had a second yet, have we?
No.
So we probably shouldn't have had that discussion prior to. Sorry. So we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Brandon did.
I'll second for the discussion we just had.
Now it's right.
Now it's right. It's all good.
He fixed it.
I love it, Pat. I love it. Okay, so we have a second. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, City Manager, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir.
I had a B there.
Commissioner Aldridge?
Yes.
Commissioner Perner?
Yes.
Commissioner Tender?
I want to build just like the next person. I just feel like I just feel like we missed a whole step.
You're gonna see.
I mean, we've not seen the final plans, have we?
Right.
Yes.
We've already had that workshop.
It's in your
Yes.
packet.
The final.
It was.
That was 60%.
90.
90.
You
It
saw
went from 60 to 90.
Yeah, that was actually in their contract.
Okay, let's
Yes.
build. Yes.
Yeah.
Before you ask, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Now that we voted, though, is it possible to beautify that retention pond and upgrade the parking spaces around it and put a walking thing or anything or in the future?
You know Mrs. Richard, right?
Right.
Yeah. She has worked with us on sculpting the edge and getting some different landscaping going around there. Ben has also suggested some ideas that there's opportunity there now for over a period of time as that landscaping matures. You know, you may want to put a boardwalk with a pavilion. I mean, there's opportunities there, you know, to continue to make it an event area and aesthetically even more pleasing than it will be in the beginning. So I think you'll be happy with the outcome.
Okay, cool. Moving on to item 16. Thank you. Discussion and possible approval of lift station number 33 and number 44 repair bid. Thank you, Greg. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. These two lift stations, the staff has done some repair work over the years. This is lift station at Taco Bell and the major lift station at Publix. The Publix one is a master lift station. It is also, the Publix one's also slated to get a backup generator for it. These two need repiping. The piping that was put in 24 and 19 years ago, we're at the end of its life cycle. Staff has been putting Band-Aids on it, and we've just repumped the Taco Bell lift station. It needs repiped, brought up to our standards. We're using stainless steel pipe. It's going to last us another 30 years. Spending this money now will extend the life of both of those major lift stations. One that serves a major business corridor, and the other one's the major Publix, which is also a transfer to the wastewater plant.
Thank you, sir. My standard question is, this was budgeted, correct?
We do have budget for this, yes.
All right, thank you, sir. And if I'm, remember the correct numbers, it's 125 and some change?
Correct.
Okay.
We only got two companies actually bid on this. We were hoping by putting it out in-house to bid. City staff did the bid documents and put this out. We were hoping to get more, but we got what we got.
I make a motion, we accept.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion with the commission? Any discussion with the public? Hearing none, city manager, please call the roll.
Commissioner Tender?
Yes.
Commissioner Aldridge?
Yes.
Commissioner Perno?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell?
Yes. Number 17, don't go anywhere, Greg. Discussion, oh, Bobby, this is Bobby, sorry. Yeah, Public Works versus Public Utilities team, sorry about that. Discussion and possible approval of the 24th Street feasibility study. Mr.
Yes,
Baker?
if you recall, back in August of last year, there was a feasibility study done on 24th Street. There was 5 options given, and a decision was not made by the commission at the time. We did go back and review it again and look at the options, and based on the cost and the feasibility of doing it, staff is recommending that we go with the Canal Street option. And we just wanted to get your approval on it. I've sent you, included in your package was the original feasibility showing it.
And for clarification, this is the back road for Mowat Highlands to give them access to 24th
Correct,
Street.
correct.
And the option 1, Canal Street, came in at, I think, at the estimate's 525.
Yes.
Okay.
And the city manager and I met with Bay County, and they agreed to pay for half the construction. Because it helps them get traffic off of 389.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So that's,
but
that's good, and thank the county for doing it if the commission agrees.
So, yeah, we were just needing a decision on which way you would want to go in the Canal Street. And if you go with the Canal Street, the next agenda item is the engineering for it. And just to give you an idea, the engineering is going to take up to a year to get this done because of the Corps of Engineers, the DEP, land acquisition, and all that. So it's
The county agreed to pay for half of it. They paying for half of the construction or half of the total project?
half of the construction.
Okay.
Not the engineering.
Well, you can't blame me for asking.
Well, I asked the same question.
Okay.
Bobby, how much property would we have to buy up to do the canal
It's
street?
it's a half an acre, isn't it, Chris? It's 30 foot. We have a 30-foot platted right of way. We need an additional 30 foot. Plus a little pond area.
For me, the big issue, and obviously, you know, the Canal Street was not my first choice.
Right.
But I am not a condemnation person. And this option afforded us the ability because the property owner is willing to sell.
Yes.
The other options, they were not. So we were going to have to do a condemnation on the property, and I don't want to take personal anybody's
Right.
property.
Yeah, the one I liked best, they weren't willing to sell. So.
Right, right.
And how many years did you just say it was going to take?
He said it could take up to a year to get it permitted.
Oh, okay.
So we had the whole project budgeted this year, but it'll just be the engineering this year, and then we'll move the money to construct it for next year.
So it's 17 and 18 together?
Correct. Well, yeah, you
Well-
can address them separate, but I mean.
Yeah, we got them addressed separate, so we'll address them separately since they are, but, so what's the?
The first thing is just asking if you approve the Canal Street option.
Right.
I'd say motion to approve the number 17, the 24th Street feasibility study that we have up
Second.
there.
With option 1, Canal Street, correct?
Well, yes.
Well, if you,
The second one's canal, but yes, that's fine.
oh, is it,
The next.
option 2 is Canal?
No, option one was.
No. This one had like 4 different options.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're accepting
Canal
option,
Street.
right.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just not communicating to you well.
Okay. So we have a motion.
Second.
And we have a motion second. Any discussion with the commission? Any discussion with the public? Hearing none, city manager, please call the roll.
Commissioner Aldridge?
Yes.
Commissioner Tender?
Yes.
Commissioner Parno?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell?
Yes. Moving on to item 18. Discussion and possible approval of 24th Street Connector, Canal Street Engineering Task Order. And people that aren't having the packets, the engineering on this project's $95,450.
Correct. And a lot of it is surveying, environmental. That's a heavy.
Yeah, the
part
ERP
of it.
permitting and everything, yes, sir.
A motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion with the commission? Any discussion with the public? Hearing none, city manager?
Commissioner Aldridge?
Yes.
Commissioner Parno?
Yes.
Commissioner Tender?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell?
Yes, and thank you, commission, thank you, Bobby, thank you, the engineers.
Thank you,
This
County.
is a big thing for Mowat Highlands. I know they've had issues with that, and now we're gonna give them a back entrance to be able to get out of there to get, that way we don't have to hit 389.
Mhm.
And I'm sure everybody that drives down 389 is gonna be happy that the traffic will be reduced. So that's a win for everybody, in my opinion, so thank you. Number 19, discussion and possible approval for Stantec Consulting Services, Inc. to continue services for the city of Lynn Haven, possible stormwater assessment implementation. City manager.
Yes, this is just a continuation of the stormwater project. Stan Tech started off this project with the study, and now we're moving into the phase of where we'll have workshops, we'll have mailings that'll go out. It has to be very succinct in how we make sure that all residents know what's getting ready to happen. And so they will be doing a lot of this legwork for us, along with working with Kevin. And so we're asking that we approve their agreement, their request to continue working with the city.
Can I ask a question?
Of course, yes, ma'am.
Well, I thought you
Well,
were
it's a
going to say
discussion
something.
possibly, yes.
Okay. What is the cost of this?
It is their total cost for this agreement is $59,688.
That's not bad. How long will it take them?
Well, we have to get it done before
The end of the year?
September 15th. So we're going to be doing yeoman's work.
Yeoman's work? Really? Okay. Just
I
checking.
move to approve.
All right,
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion with the commission? Any discussion with the public? Hearing none, city manager, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Aldridge,
Yes.
Commissioner Tender,
Yes, it was
Commissioner,
Colonel.
Commissioner, let me get that right then. Commissioner Perno,
Yes.
Commissioner Tender,
Yes.
Commissioner Aldridge,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
Yes. And I almost want to stick around to see the yeoman's work. All right, moving on to item 20. Discussion and possible approval regarding whether the city of Lynn Haven should escrow funds due in payment to Phoenix Construction until the investigation is complete. This is my item, and I want to say that maybe the wording is incorrect when it says approval. I wanted this agenda item put on the agenda for the commission to discuss what the commission wants to do, if they want to do anything. You know, I've had discussions with our city attorney, and I'm sure before we're finished with this item, I'm sure he's going to want to, you know, voice his opinion. I am strictly trying to look at the best interest of what I think is for the city. At the end of the day, I honestly hope that nobody is convicted, that everybody's found innocent, and we can put this behind us and we can move forward. Saying that, if that's not what occurs, this commission, in my opinion, needs to be concerned with protecting the city's money. And by escrowing the money, if by some chance they are convicted, we are afforded the opportunity to keep that money, you know, and let the legal system work its course. If we make those payments and he is convicted and we end up in court, it may be a hard time trying to, you know, reacquire that money from him or claw it back. Saying that, I mean, I'm completely up to, you know, whatever this commission decides is the way we move forward, and I will have no ill feelings toward anybody, however it goes. Saying that, I want to tell you that we did receive, and I say we because it was addressed to all the commissioners, and I'd like to read it so, you know, because for full transparency, I want to make sure everybody knows that we're listening to everybody. But we received an email from Mr. Finch. It is addressed to Vicki, but it was sent to all the commission, and I'm going to read it, you know, for the record, so you'll be aware of what Mr. Finch's, you know, attitude is toward this. It says, "Dear Vicki, I would like to inform the commission that escrowing my payment is not considered a payment on the city's note with me. At the time of escrow, the note will be due in full. Our 18% interest will be charged until the payments resume. My attorney, Jack Williams, has spoken with the city attorney on this issue, and they both agree that the note would be due and payable as the agreement requires. I would remind the city commission that Dan Russell has voted yes 3 times on this issue and not once to fill the mayor's seat or his own commission seat. I understand that the city is preparing for the 4th of July events. As for the $20,000 I have donated in the past to help those events, you can count me out. Sincerely, James Finch." I'm leaving this commission in a month, possibly 2 months, but I hope this commission considers never accepting those kinds of gifts from a citizen ever again. I don't care what the reasoning is, but we don't ever want to put this city in the position where a citizen thinks he has some control or power over the city because he donates. That being said, I'd like to open this up for discussion with the commission. Unless Mr. Obos would like
Yeah,
to
well,
say.
I mean, and I'll chime in later, but just as to that email, I wasn't copied on it. I know you sent it to me last night.
Yes, sir.
I did receive a call from Jack Williams yesterday, and I certainly didn't agree with him that the note would be due and payable in full. What we did agree with is if the city were to decide to escrow that money, that I understood they would not count that as a payment, because obviously it's not going to him, it's going into escrow. And so I did agree that I understood fully that they would deem it a default if we escrow it as opposed to paying them, and then I would relay that today to you. And so I wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, sir. I think you were fixing to say something, Ms. Tindall?
Yes, I would recommend we just drop the whole thing. I don't think we did anything of this nature for the first 5 people that have already been found guilty. And like you said, you hope everybody comes out of it clean as a whistle. When I was first elected, I will never forget this workshop, and you were there, I think, with Commissioner Friend and Barnes. I had never in my life heard of a municipality borrowing money from a resident, from a private person. And I made that comment and then went on to say all the gifts that we were given anonymously. And I remember one of the commissioners, he just about got violent when I said, anybody that gives anything to the city should have their name on it. Nothing should be held back or kept a secret. And there was quite a lengthy discussion about it. But anyway, I don't think we should have borrowed the money to begin with for this project. And I think everybody's innocent until proven guilty. And my recommendation would be just to drop this and let nature take its course.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may as well, it doesn't happen often that Commissioner Tender and I agree on a lot of things. It's fine. We think different ways, and that's cool. That's the way it works. But I do agree kind of with you on this one, okay? As much as I agree that I feel an injustice may have been done, I feel that the risk-reward of withholding payment right now, the risk is too great for further financial harm versus if we wait 3 or 4 months to see whether there are convictions or not, and then see what we can, kind of get back at that point through the appropriate steps. The only difference in the two is if we start escrowing it, we start accruing interest.
Sure.
Whereas if we don't, the interest based on interest in payment, let me put it that way. That's a bad banking term.
Additional interest.
Additional expenses and interest, yes, that would be tacked on. So I agree kind of with Commissioner Tender. I think right now we just kind of let this dog lie. And then August 1st or whenever they're due in court and the court process plays out, because everyone is innocent until proven guilty in this nation. So I'm going to stand with you on that one.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Prenter, you got anything to say?
No comments.
Okay, well then, I think the commission has voiced their opinion. So we will move forward unless unless the public has anything they'd like to. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to comment. Y'all know who I am. Like I said again. Regarding this issue, I tend to agree with you. I don't really want anybody to get away with, wrongdoing and then, kind of make away with it in the end. But I guess, if it hasn't applied to other people, that could put you in some legal jeopardy. So, but I do want to say regarding this and this issue and the one with the housing development, I just want to say before this commission ends, I'm very glad that everybody is talking things out and working together on issues like this and others. I know that I've had an oppositional relationship with some of you folks, and I will speak my mind, and you'll speak your mind to me, and that's totally fine, and that's how we get things done. But before this commission breaks up, I do want to thank all of you for serving. I did want to say that before we end. I know everybody's ready to go. Off into the distance here, because we spend a lot of time here. And I got here at 9 o'clock. I'm not going to get here at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to bed at 5 o'clock in the morning most of the time. But again, I didn't want this to all end before thanking all of you. And I think I've said this before. Every one of you stepped into this role after Hurricane Michael and all the indictments and all this awful stuff that happened. And I did want to thank you for serving. And so all that being said, I think, the way that you're talking about this particular issue, I think that you're heading in the right direction.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So do we need to make a motion?
No, it's the
There's
table,
no-
without a
no
motion,
action.
it dies. Yep. So we'll move on to the next agenda item. Let's see, number 21, discussion and possible approval regarding nominating a grand marshal for the 4th of July celebrations. City manager?
Yes, usually we bring this before the commission with some recommendation, and then you may have some recommendations as well. We kind of discussed this, and we've noticed that one mayor has not been named the grand marshal as far as we know, and that is Mayor Walt Kelly. And if you have other suggestions, surely we can be now, but I just thought that that would be a recommendation we may want to think about.
Has Miss Sheffield been Grand Marshal? Sharon Sheffield?
I think it was 2 years ago, wasn't it?
Wasn't it 2 years?
That was Libby. That was Libby Tennell.
Libby
And
wasn't.
then last year was Mr. Miller, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
I can check on that.
yeah, we can
and
check
see.
and see.
Yeah,
E-
I
either-
just
either one's
either
good.
one. Yeah.
I would love to see Sharon Sheffield be Grand Marshal, but that's just my personal opinion.
And that's a really great one too.
I can't imagine
Yes.
her not have been.
I know, I can't
I
imagine that
know. I'm
either.
almost
Let's check
certain
and
of
see.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make the motion then. We'll make the motion for the city to reach out to Sharon Sheffield and find out if she has been a grand marshal, and if she has not, then I say we move forward with Mayor Walt Kelly, who is a public servant his whole life. Love the man to pieces, so I'd like to see him there as well, just as much as Sharon Sheffield. So I'll make the motion on that.
So for clarification, first would be Sharon Sheffield, and if she has been, the alternate would be Walt Kelly.
Correct.
Okay. So we have a motion?
Oh,
Second.
he just made,
I made the motion. We need a second. Unless y'all don't agree.
I haven't really given it a whole lot of thought. I can't think of anybody. Do you have I feel like your mind is turning.
Nope, I'm just waiting a second if you don't.
Okay. Second.
Pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Yep. Done.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion with the commission? Any discussion with the public? All right, city manager, please call the roll.
Commissioner Aldridge,
Yes.
Commissioner Tender,
Yes.
Commissioner Perno,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
Yes. Moving on to item number 22. Discussion and possible approval of the bid award of the municipal building to Culpeper Construction contingent upon contract negotiations. And Mr. Sorcy, please. Am I pronouncing your last name right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorcy.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tinder, I share your wondering about how fast this process has gone, because the design team worked with the city and this commission over a 6-month period, record time to develop the concepts, the master plan, the workshops, the plans and specs, and then took another month to do the bidding process, which I'm happy to report went very well. We had a number of interested parties. It turned out that 5 substantial size firms and qualified bidders submitted proposals. The apparent low bidder, Culpeper Construction, and I'll point out, introduced Mike Scaringe is Vice President of Culpeper, and also John Todd, project manager, is with us today. We have worked with this firm over multiple projects. They are working on medium and large size projects in Bay County and have been for years. They have a strong presence here, a good following of subcontractors, and the quality of contractors across the board who submitted was outstanding. I thought was very good. So after we received the bids, we had some of our own workshops to look at where we might be able to save some additional money off of the base bid. And this worksheet that you have is a list of items that Culpeper, along with the design team, interjected a few that they put this together to test where we might find some savings off the base bid. And we're able to do that because they were low on the base bid and they're low on the total. So looking through and seeing if there were any acceptable items, we found several that we recommend be accepted along with the low bid to the tune of about $440,000 off the low bid base bid. Now with that said, I do want to give credit to the Culpeper team for initiating that and working through that over a very short period of time. We feel good about that effort, and there's probably some more items that you will see on there that we're going to continue to study, because if we can continue to find more savings, why not? So that's what our commitment will be together. So having opened the bids and reviewed the packages, the bid qualification, the contractor qualifications, we are recommending the low bidder be awarded the project. The other worksheet you have is just kind of an overall summary of where we were in programming, where we got to on the approved design, and what you mandated our square foot per gross square foot cost would be for both the police station, EOC, and the city hall. So using your approved numbers of a cap of $310 a square foot for the city hall portions and the $374 a square foot for police station and EOC, together with all tasks 1 through 4, including the old city hall, the demolition, and everything that you've asked our design team to do, we've actually come in on the base bid on the actual square footage of $212.49 a square foot, average cost. And then for the total, with all alternates, including the base bid with the suggested value engineering of $253.87 overall average. So applying those approved dollar amounts to the approved square footages, taking out the furniture and movable equipment, the total budget that we were looking at was $15,489,663. The total bid with all alternates and the VE accepted came in at $14,488,654. That's a 6.46% or a $1,001,009 under budget. So although I thought I was recommending the value engineered base bid with all of the kitchen equipment related refrigeration equipment be awarded, after going through the first quarter of price increasing, because we've had since the third quarter of last year, all metal prices went up 15 to 20%. Yep. Concrete went up $200 a yard. COVID is affecting every supply chain and raising prices. I would like to change my recommendation to awarding the value engineered base bid and all alternates to lock in the pricing. And then over the course of the next month or so, we can work with the city manager and decide, which ones of these we don't really want to do. For example, the covered walkway. maybe that's a luxury. Maybe that's something you don't want to spend $154,000 on. So then we can delete that. But if we don't lock the pricing in, you're going to experience escalation.
Yes.
And so to get some of these things back, we're not going to get these prices again. So my recommendation is lock in the pricing, take the value engineered base bid and all alternates at this time, and then we will work with you to call out the ones that you don't find necessary or you want to save those funds. And then additionally, if you decide to do something a little different and you want to, for example, do the landscaping and irrigation in-house, you can also do those kinds of things, but you will not see these prices again. We will also volunteer to help you if you want to do some, if you decide later that you want to delete the cabling, the structured cabling. We will put a bid package together for the city and bid that out separately if you like. So none of that will cost you additional money from us. So we're here to continue serving. We're happy with the results, and I'd like to answer any questions.
You all look at me. Okay, start asking.
No, it's always ladies first.
Oh, okay, yeah,
right.
I like that better. So I just, to keep things very simple, Culpeper is offered a total price of $12,964,000. Is that correct?
That's
Right
the
there at
base
the
bid.
bottom. That's the base bid.
So the total price with the value engineered base bid and all alternates would be $14,488,654.
It's on this sheet right here.
Gotcha.
So when
Yeah.
you say alternates, that's furniture, fixture, equipment?
No, sir. We have a separate package we're bidding for the city on furniture and loose equipment. The workout equipment, the kitchen, the break room equipment, and we're already committed to doing a separate bid package for that. And we've gotten preliminary quotes, and we are currently $73,474 under that budget for those items. So you take out the loose furniture, loose equipment, everything else is in this bid with all the
On your
alternates.
bids for equipment, is it installed, is it in place, or is it just coming in a crate and someone's gotta put it together and more cost involved?
It mostly is off-state contract.
Okay.
So like everything, and even if it's not, it's bid, installed, set up, training,
Okay.
the whole thing.
I would have to stress what Mr. Sorcy said. And again, I've said it and I'm beating a horse, but it's getting scary with the price increases that we're seeing with the inflation that we're starting to see across the entire market. And we know who that hits, as was alluded to earlier with affordable housing. It hits the consumer at the end of the day, which in this example is going to be the city of Lynn Haven. So I agree 110%. If we don't lock these in, I mean, who knows? It could be another 10% next week increase because we're seeing 2 to 3 a week on things like that. So I just wanted the board to understand it's a serious situation that he's bringing up, and it is a very real situation.
Very much so. The COVID thing, I can't get 3-inch hot dogs
Yeah.
either.
I believe it. Yeah.
From COVID.
Mhm.
I'm serious. That sounds crazy, but it's true.
We're experiencing that on doors, windows, hardware,
Yep, everything.
everything.
Precast concrete.
I had to deal with the petroleum plants in Texas too, the refineries.
Yep.
That's a lot of it.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Sorcy. And what is the purview of the commission?
Can I ask one more question? I just
You
want to
ask
make
any
sure I got
question you
things
want, ma'am.
straight in my head. Is Culpeper, they're owned by Roberts and Roberts, right? Or you're not affiliated with them? Gotcha. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
I didn't.
I knew, yeah.
Okay.
Pretty good. So, okay.
Well, if I understood correctly, we're saving $1 million on this.
Yes, sir, by the numbers.
By the numbers, it's $1 million that we're saving. So to me, I mean, that's a no-brainer. I'd make the motion to approve on that, yeah.
Second.
Okay, for clarification, I want to make sure we are very specific with this. Your motion is to accept the bid with the value engineering at $14,448,654.
That is correct.
Okay, is that what your second was? All right, so we have a motion and a second. Give me 2 seconds. Is there any other discussion with the commission?
No, I'm good.
Ms. Richard?
I just, regarding landscaping, so, and I heard you say that the city could do the landscaping.
If they accept all the alternates, it's in the bid.
But this company will oversee the landscaping as well. The landscaping is included in that because even
Yes.
though, you know, the city workers are great and everything, the kind of landscaping that is in this that's proposed is probably.
Professional.
Yes.
Yes.
So it is
Yes.
included.
Yes, ma'am.
We're locking all that in right now.
Yes, sir.
And
That's
$1 million
correct.
can buy a lot of furniture too, so we're saving $1 million and buy some chairs.
Well, hopefully, we're gonna continue to save on that package as well, so.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion with the commission? Any discussion with the public? Yes, sir. Come on up, sir.
I just wanted to say on behalf of Culpeper Construction, we're excited to be part of the city of Lynn Haven. Excited about the project. It's going to be a beautiful facility. To clarify your question, Culpeper is a 90-year-old company. I've been with the firm for 34 years, and it was acquired by Chuck Roberts in 2013. So it's not the same company, but it does have the same ownership.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. No other public commentary. City manager, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Aldridge?
Yes.
Commissioner Tender?
Yes.
Commissioner Parno?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell?
Yes, and before we move on, I just want to make a couple comments. First, thank you for bidding. Thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you for the city and city manager. I know you've been working relentlessly on this. I have to say I was excited to see different names on the bidding sheet. That's a good thing for Lynn Haven to start seeing some new names. So thank you all for the ones that bid. Sorry for you that didn't win it, and congratulations, Culpeper, and we look forward to working with you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
And one last thing.
Yeah.
Looking at the square footage prices, I think y'all did a great job, because I've heard people paying more than that for residential construction right now. So, you know, I'm very happy. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and so I was going to go along that same line. I definitely want to thank Florida Architect. You do not know how hard these guys have worked to make this happen for this commission, because you, the commission, you've been through the hard part here, and we really wanted to get this before you. We don't know, what the commission will look like in a month or so, but I think that this commission has been through worse times, and they are seeing the work come to fruition. But I just wanted to call out Florida Architect. They have done, they've handled from bidding to design, planning, permit. They've handled everything just like they said that they would. So I appreciate them.
Just to piggyback on that, I have pressured them really hard, telling them I wanted this under contract before I left, because this was one of my, I really want to see the city growing, and I want to see it improving, and that this is a good one for me. It makes me feel good. So thank you. All right, moving on to item number 23. Discussion and possible approval of the CDBG-HRP program grant application submittal. And Mr. Jenke, you beat me to calling you up, so thank you, sir.
If you recall, we talked about this grant opportunity a couple of weeks ago. We had our consultant here that presented 3 different projects to be considered by the City Commission for submittal to the Department of Economic Opportunity. Our consultant prepared the application form for each one of the 3 projects that we have identified, and we're back today to request the approval of the application for the mayor to sign the application, and then also to submit it to the Department of Economic Opportunity. Just for the audience benefit, the projects were, project number 1 was the improvements to the Florida Avenue and Ohio Avenue corridor. Project number 2 was some drainage improvements along the 7th Street, East 7th Street, and project number 3 is the improvements or the repairs of some sidewalks along Minnesota Avenue and Mosley Drive.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any questions?
Commissioner have any questions? No?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion with the commission? Any discussion with the public? Hearing none, city manager, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Aldridge,
Yes.
Commissioner Parnell,
Yes.
Commissioner Tender,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
Yes. Not wanting to sound like a love fest, but thank you, Ben. Keep trying to get us money. Thank you very much, sir. Number 24, discussion and possible approval of resolution 2021-04-355, waiving impact fees for the Lynn Haven Bayou Preserve, or Bayou Park and Preserve. Mr. Obos?
Right, and if Vicki wants to read the title, then I can give a summary.
Thank you, sir.
A resolution of the City of Lynn Haven, Florida, removing the development order condition regarding the payment of impact fees for the Lynn Haven Bayou Park and Preserve Park, making findings regarding the applicability of impact fees to this development, and providing an immediately effective date.
Right, and so what this is if you would recall back in September of 2017, the city approved basically its standard development order that has the language that, you know, contingent upon payment of all impact fees applicable under our code. This project is actually owned by the Trust for Public Land, a nonprofit, and there's concurrent with that was a donation agreement where they would build it using, I think it was the BP funds, if I remember right. They would build it, and then once substantially completed, donate it to the city. And so now we're basically at that point. There's still this issue of our standard development order language, which said, you know, payment of all applicable impact fees. So we looked at this. It was going to be around $192,000 in all impact fees. We checked with our department heads. There's really not going to, this is a passive recreation park, which with a lot of conservation. It's not a residential or commercial development, which you normally see your impact fees go towards. And so as opposed to just waiving the impact fees, we wanted to come back with a resolution making some findings that you'll see in here. That how it's really, those fees aren't going to be applicable to this sort of park, especially in light of the fact that it's being donated to the city. It's going to be a city park. It's not for the benefit of a private developer. So that's what this resolution is. It just helps tie up that loose end and at the end of the day just remove that requirement from that development order. So now they can go and issue a CO.
And Mayor Pro Tem Russell, I also have Doug Hadaway here, who is part of the Public Land Trust, and I just asked Doug to come and kind of speak to where we are, and you know, with this last piece of the puzzle, hopefully we will be able to have a party with this park pretty soon, right, Doug?
Well, and there may be a private invitation to camp overnight with me before the ribbon cutting event. Doug Hadaway with the Trust for Public Land. Hello, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the commission and Ms. Gaynor. Thank you for having me come. It's been a long process. It's been also a long meeting that you've had today, so I won't ramble on about it, but it's been a very long project. It is the largest of the 5 park sites that we had purchased the land for and constructed parks benefiting various communities. This is a $19 million project altogether, it's estimated. So, and it's not quite finished yet, but we did conduct our substantial completion site visit on March the 26th. Commissioner Albright was there, as well as Ms. Gaynor and some of your city staff. Aldridge. Sorry, I knew that. I knew that. Sorry, I was even telling myself Aldridge. And they've thoroughly enjoyed. I look forward to all of you coming out and the community coming out when it's ready to be opened. It's really a fantastic park and a fantastic amenity, and you always wonder how the community will embrace it when it's done, but everyone here, all of you are telling me that have seen it, people will love it, and we're looking forward to its opening. So your attorney did state the angle or the perspective regarding the impact fees. We're expecting this park to be done according to the contract, which is the general contractor is Reliance Self, and they've been wonderful to work with. By the end of April the 30th specifically. And then we'll have to go through, of course, various paperwork of actually assigning the deed, dealing with warranties, and closeout, if you will. So the opening, assuming we meet that final completion date of April the 30th, the opening, of course, will be subsequent to that, and I'll be working with your city manager, Ms. Gaynor, to identify the specific date that you all will be invited, and look forward to a ribbon cutting with you all. I'm happy to answer any questions, but want to be respectful of this long meeting.
Thank you. Commission, have any questions?
I can attest being out there, and it's take 2 seconds, but it is a beautiful park. It is an absolutely gorgeous asset to Lynn Haven. I thank you and the team, everybody that was out there working, from the guys putting out the pine straw to the guys at the lead there. It takes a group effort, and I'm excited for the public to go out there and see this.
Super.
Yeah, I was a little jealous that Commissioner Aldridge was the one that got to go. I was unfortunately tied up that day and didn't get to go. So, but I'm looking forward to it, and I think everything y'all have done to give us a beautiful park, and look forward to the grand opening. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you to me, and also would be remiss not to mention that we're partnering with DEP in the expenditure of those funds too.
Yes.
So it was also part of the NORDA trustees' vision to see people getting access to our waterways. It was an important component of compensating for that oil spill of 2010. Thank you so much.
Thank you to DEP. And with that, I'm going to make the motion to go ahead and agree to waiving the language for the impact fees in the Lynn Haven Bayou Park and Reserve.
Second.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion with the commission? Any discussion with the public? Hearing none, city manager, please call the roll.
Commissioner Aldridge,
Yes.
Commissioner Perno,
Yes.
Commissioner Tender,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell.
Yes. And thank you very much for putting up with this. Is by far the longest commission meeting that I think I've attended so far, so I apologize for that. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to agenda item number 25, discussion and possible approval of the sports complex ball field bid awarded to Royal American, choosing one of the 5 options. And Mr. Forehand, please take the podium.
Good afternoon. Chris Forehand with Panhandle Engineering. So if you recall, the instructions you gave us were to bid out the 5 baseball fields in an effort to try to get those built as soon as we could. So we did do that. Along with the 5 ball fields, we included some additional work. Some of that included some paving improvements, primarily over on the east side of the park where folks already park. It included the basketball courts, taking those existing tennis courts and improving those. So we did put a few extra things in there. And then on March the 31st, we did receive 4 bids from 4 contractors. They were fairly good prices, but Vicki and I met along with the staff, and we came up with several items that we thought we would give you some options to be able to adjust should you not want to award the entire contract. So I've given you 4 different options, and to just try to briefly go over the differences of those. The option 1 obviously is the base bid for everything that we had in the contract. Option 2, it's got all of the items you see listed there that we thought we could do without in this first phase. It does leave in the basketball courts, though, which was something kind of extra. That was about $250,000 price tag. And then on option number 3, it takes out the basketball courts along with all the other items. And then option number 4, we had 5 batting cages, so we basically had 1 building for each field. So we thought we would reduce that down to 3 batting cages, and that we might be able to live with just those 3 and deduct out the 2 batting cages. So those are all the differences between those different options. Obviously, it's got different numbers at the bottom of each option, so it gives you that total. So you guys can make a decision on how you want to award.
Do you mind reading out the amounts for each item for the record?
So option 1 would be the base bid of $7,877,866. Option 2 would be $6,713,120. Option 3 would be $6,454,897. And then option 4 would be $6,251,133.40.
Thank you, sir. Commission have any questions for Mr. Forehand?
I just want to, this is just for phase one, right?
Yes, ma'am. This is just the 5 baseball fields.
And do we have the money for this?
Yes, we do. And I think some of you may have just kind of a spreadsheet we put together with cost of building every single building in the city of Lynn Haven with insurance money, with FEMA money, and then of course also with the governor waiving that 100%, that put another 1.4 million back into our pockets. We are well within our budget of being able to sustain and handle either one of these options.
And I say that because we had a meeting earlier this week, Mr. Forehand, me, and the city manager, and she was trying to make sure we didn't spend any more money than we had to. And the first thing I said was, hey, listen, DeSantis just gave us that extra money, so let's make sure we get this. And she's like, don't, no. So, okay. So
That's Ms. Vicky.
Thank you.
I like it.
Yes. So, is there any questions for the city engineer?
Question, I think we've already covered it just for the sake of everybody else. If we go with the lesser option and we try to revisit it later, aren't we gonna spend a lot more for it? If we
I
don't-
think you
Kinda
will.
like
I mean-
what Mr. Cersey just put before us, if we
And you
don't
know,
lock in now.
anytime you delay projects, they typically cost more. Not always, but typically they do.
This day and age.
So,
And if we're inside of the budget, I move that we look at option 1, the $7,877,000.
perfect. So that was
That's my
that was a
motion. Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have a motion to accept option 1.
Just a quick question. Well, I'll second for discussion. and
Okay, so
then-
I have a motion and a second for discussion.
The 6.2, which is 1.6 less than the top number. That's the number 4 spot versus the number 1 spot. The only difference is the couple batting cages. Is that what you were saying?
No, the difference would be everything you see there deducting
the-
out.
plus-
So
I
it'd
got
be
you. Okay. I was about to say,
getting
how
rid
did
of the
that work
paving.
out? Okay.
Yeah. So that was just the difference between the options.
I got you.
Yes.
Thank you.
If we don't lock in now, we're looking at spending more in the future.
Yeah. I think
So we
you're
have
right.
a motion and a second. Is there any discussion with the commission? No? Any discussion with the public? Yes, ma'am. of course.
I would say, while you're making a motion to approve the first one, it would definitely be contingent upon the fact that we find cost savings and we find other means to be able to afford this project. Just because we have that money there does not mean that we go and we spend it. That's exactly right, and that we be frugal about what we do.
So if I could make a comment, something to also consider too is with these major material purchases, you're going to save somewhere between 200 to 250,000 in tax savings. So that's money we can save. And even though it looks like you want the option 1, there are some other things in here that we still think we don't need. Like for instance,
Exactly.
the flagpole. That amount of money. I mean, $80,000 for a flagpole is. I think we need to try to work that out with the contractor. And in other words, bring those prices down. And even with the playgrounds, maybe we bid those out and get a better price on those. That's something we can do standalone. So there's still an option to be able to save funds that even though it looks like you like the option 1, we can still save money.
I just think there needs to be some negotiation in terms of those things that
Can
we do.
I amend my motion to include value engineering from, and
Yes.
would there be a timeline on when we can see value engineering, or?
Well, may I make a suggestion that you make a motion to accept the bid not to exceed 7.8, but to try to value engineer and save as much money as you can?
Perfect.
So we have a motion and.
Second.
Okay, so we amended the motion and the second. Very good. Is there any other discussion with the public? Or commission, I'm sorry. Any discussion with the public?
I have a question. Are we going, and I think we talked about this before, we're going on to phase 2 after this one is done?
Well, that would be up to the future commission.
Right.
But
But that would be my hope.
Yes. So to answer your question, yes, phase 2 is out for bid, just like we said it would be, and then that will come back to the commission, and you're correct. That commission will decide if we move on to phase 2, which is the sports complex building. These are ballparks, everything, basketball, parking, but the building will be your next phase that you go through. You're absolutely right.
Perfect. Any other discussion? Hearing none, city manager, would you please call the roll?
Perno.
Commissioner Perno?
Yes.
Commissioner Aldrich?
Yes.
Commissioner Tender?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Russell?
Yes. And again, this is another one of those chest beating moments. I am very happy that we're moving forward with that. And again, I was really elated to see some names in the bidding process that I hadn't seen in a long time. So I think that's bodes well for the city. You know, we're moving forward and we're going to get some competitive bids in here. So thank you. And to that end, thank you for being here. Have a nice day.